1-1, 1-1. This is a call for Caroline Chadney or Derek Tyler. Would you please remove your vehicle from where it's parked at the moment? Thank you. Level check from Shelfield Park, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1-1.
Perfect, okay.
Could Christopher Powell, please come to the commentary box. Chris Powell, please, to the commentary box straight away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Shelfield Park for the Croome and West Warwickshire Point to Point. It's a beautiful day. If you're joining us on the streaming service, good to have you along, whether you're watching on iPhone, iPad, PC or any other contraption. We hope you enjoy a good afternoon. We've got 7 races lined up for you, and we're going to be having a look at some of the fancied horses as we go through the afternoon. I'm joined by Robert Bellamy. Good afternoon to you, Robert. It's my first time seeing this course. Yours as well, I guess.
Certainly is, Carl. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I mean, all the organisation that goes in, and you needn't tell you about it all, to put on an event at a new course. I mean, obviously, they raced last year, but it's great to see plenty of cars coming in. They've got a wonderful day. Weather's fine. A good entry. 7 competitive races. Just hope there's plenty of declarations later on. Drying sun. Ground, official ground is good to soft in places. It'll probably ride a little bit tacky and dead. That's no bad thing, as we've seen this week. We've had a fantastic week of racing at Cheltenham, and let's hope it continues here this afternoon at Shelfield. Yeah,
I saw you at Cheltenham. Did you have a good time?
Very good. Unbelievable performances every day. I mean, I think the star of the show was probably Rachel Blackmore. I mean, she's an incredible pilot, and to win both the Champion Hurdle and the Gold Cup in the same year, and to have a crowd there was so important for her. She missed out last year. It was all behind closed doors, and I think she really, really appreciated. I've never seen every Cheltenham Festival. It's top-class racing. Wonderful performances by an awful lot of horses and jockeys. Great week.
Yeah, it really was a great week. Well, Robert's going to be doing some of the presentations later on. I expect we'll chat to him again. In the meantime, I'm going to call in Sarah Bates, who is going to give us all the runners and riders for the first race, the members' race. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Carl. So the runners and riders for our first race, the Lady Mariah Coventry Hunt Croome West Warwickshire members and subscribers race is versus number 3, Knockout Loaded. Knockout Loaded is ridden by Gemma Justice and has cheek pieces on. Our next declaration is number 6, Very First Time. Very First Time is ridden by Tiggy Vale Titterton, and Very First Time will also have cheek pieces on. And our last declared runner is Workbench. Workbench will be ridden by Aidan Weaver, and he will be running in with a ton strap. And I have a colour change for you. Number 7, Workbench, will now be running in emerald green, gold sleeves and spots, and a white cap.
Thanks for that, Sarah. Sarah's going to be giving you the runners and riders throughout the afternoon. And now I'm joined by a friend of mine, Ian Davis, who he's a gentleman of the point-to-point circuit. He travels around, goes to a lot of race meetings. And Ian's going to be updating us with some betting movers and shakers throughout the afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Ian.
Good afternoon, Carl.
Good
afternoon, Carl.
Thank you, Ian. So, obviously, as I say, you've been to a few meetings this season and you've seen a good few of these horses running. Pick out 1 or 2 of the names that you're looking forward to seeing this afternoon. We know we haven't got the declarations yet, and we'll get those later for the later races, but just give us 1 or 2 horses and riders you like the look of.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the Men's Open. I think Tidal Flow's an interesting entry. He had an official rating of 129 under rules for Philip Hobbs. He won a few races. Miss Seagreen is a mare I particularly like. I saw her win at Lark Hill last season. She ran well first time out at Nightwick. She should go well. That's an interesting one. And in the Ladies Open, I saw Agamemnon win at Kingston Blount recently. That was an impressive performance. And later on in the card, the last race is full of fascinating maidens. And of course, half the fun of going pointing is seeing these horses that go on to have successful careers under rules.
Yeah, indeed. I've had a good word from Tom Ellis that his Spanish Moon 4-year-old unraced called I'm Ravenous is one to watch. And of course, they had a great week at Cheltenham selling a couple of horses very well. Well, certainly the filly sold very well. Ian, first race, 3 runners. What takes your eye?
Well, it's an interesting race. I mean, on form, I would say that Workbench is the one to beat. However, I would say 3 miles is plenty far enough for him. There's a little bit of give in the ground. I walked the course earlier. The course is in fantastic condition. In fact, I was very impressed with the whole circuit. I would say that as long as Workbench sees out the trip and handles the ground, he should be the one to beat.
Well, the first of the runners is now into the paddock, so hopefully Matt Hazel, who's going to be showing us the action for the day, will pick up some of those horses in the paddock, and we'll be having a little look at those in a minute. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased we got Best Turnout Awards for each and every one of our 7 races this afternoon. In our opening race, the Lady Maria Coventry Hunt Race for Croome and West Warwickshire Hunt members, subscribers and farmers. The Best Turned Out Award goes to horse number 3, Knocked Out and Loaded. Big well done to trainer Gemma Justice and to Alex Knight, who prepared this one. Best Turned Out in race 1, number 3, Knocked Out Loaded.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first of the jockeys that have come into the paddock for the first race. We'll have a quick look at which ones here are worth following. There's only 3 of them in our enormous paddock. Big enough, I would say, to take the whole Grand National field. It's a wonderful example of a paddock here. And anyway, number 3, Knocked Out Loaded in the blue rug down the bottom of the paddock there. He's a 14-year-old now. He's been a great performer over the years. He's given Gina Andrews some good spins when he was trained by Nigel Padfield. He's now in the care of Gemma Justice, and Gemma rides this horse. He gave Alex Knight some fun in the 2019-20 season, and now he's become a fine schoolmaster for Gemma, although he does seem to be showing the age of it. Your likely favourite is in the red rug. No, he's had his rug taken off now. That's number 7. Anyway, Workbench. He's coming to the top end of the paddock. He's ridden by Aidan Weaver. Aidan works for Dan Skelton, and Aidan's last ride was at Didmarton a few weeks ago, and he rode a winner on Mr. Love. This is another schoolmaster. He comes from Nick Pearce's yard. Nick, of course, is the clerk of the course here. And he ran well enough on Good to Firm at Higham recently, behind a horse called Pont Avon, who ran a super race in the Festival Hunters Chase at Cheltenham yesterday. So he was taking on a really good horse that day. He's got the form in the book, and he's your likely favourite. And finally, just one more to look at, and that is horse number 6, Very First Time, who's ridden by Tiggy Vale Titterton. She also works for Dan Skelton. She's had 3 safe rides on this horse this season. Was well beaten at Didmarton last time out, but a perfect ride for Tiggy and ideal for this members' race.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Shelfield Park. The three runners for the opener are leaving the paddock. For the Lady Maria Coventry Hunt Race, for the Croome and West Warwickshire Hunt members, subscribers and farmers race, kindly sponsored by the Croome Heritage Trust. Three of them are led down the bank by number 3, Locked Out Loaded, and Gemma Justice. Gemma's in her first season race riding. This is a 4th spin on this fellow who fired her out of the saddle at Guilsborough last week. He's a confirmed front runner, Knocked Out Loaded in yellow with a dark blue disc and green chevrons on sleeves. Followed down the hill by Very First Time and another jockey in her first season, Tiggy Vale Titterton. On board Very First Time in royal blue with a white star and red stars on sleeves. Very First Time, the outsider of the trio. And the last to go down, number 7, Workbench, another 14-year-old. This could well be his swan song this afternoon. Jockey Aidan Weaver, unlike the two girls in the race, has ridden a winner. That came at Didmarton on board Mr. Love. Workbench is in a change of colours from the race card. Is in the Marne colours of emerald green with gold spots and sleeves and a white cap. Those then the three runners for the Croome's hunt race. The 3-mile start is just to the right of the paddock from the top of the hill. Last year it measured 3 miles and 1.5 furlongs. Quickest time of the day was running 6 minutes 21 last year on ground that was pretty firm. They'll be racing a good deal in excess of that this afternoon. Anyway, if you're on the course or at home watching the streaming, have a good day.
Well, we're going to have a quick look at the betting now. Ian Davies has joined me. Ian, who's the favourite? I guess it's Workbench.
Correct, Carl. Yeah, Workbench is opened at 4-6. It's been very heavily backed into 1-2. I noticed that Mark Hill, the very opinionated bookmaker, he went with it. I saw him take some 4-6 and declined to price it up early doors himself. As a result of that, Knocked Out Loaded has eased from 5-4 to 7-4, and Very First Time is 9-2 from 3-1.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Ian. And back to Martin to call the race.
Thanks, Carl. 3 runners safely at the post.
The thing is, I don't know how we're going to do this.
They are on the way. We will have to have an alternative for the first race. Over. Flag just arrived, thank you. Perfect, thank you.
Workbench are best priced 8-15 from my viewpoint. 7-4 Knocked Out Loaded, and 5-1 Very First Time, 6-1 Very First Time. In the early exchanges, Workbench was on offer at 4-6 and a little bit of 4-5, so I think the locals have got stuck into Workbench. Starters raise the flag. Runners are coming into line. And they're off. So racing for the opener, the Lady Maria Coventry Hunt Race for the Croome and West Warwickshire Hunt members, subscribers and farmers race. First of 19 fences, and the confirmed front runner Knocked Out Loaded led over it from Workbench with very first time on his outside as they prepare to jump fence number 2. Knocked Out Loaded, less than a length in front of his two rivals, who are matching strides in a share of second. And now they have a gallop down the hill to fence number 3. Last of the 3 fences jumped in the back straight, and Knocked Out Loaded and Gemma Justice leading Workbench and very first time by less than a length as they all fly the 3rd fence. Very first time not quite as fluent as his two rivals, and now this sweeping right-hander that brings them back towards the fences in the home straight. Knocked Out Loaded moving on by just over a length, and the other two are matching strides once again. Very first time on the outside of Workbench, levelling up to the first of the fences up the home straight. They've just gone through the 2.5 mile start, and Knocked Out Loaded leads them over the 4th, a length up on the other two. Tiggy Vale Titterton just lurching in the saddle a little bit as they come over the next, and all 3 took it well. Knocked Out Loaded will take them past the judge with 2 full circuits of the racecourse in front of them, and on their way to the open ditch, which is fence number 6 on this circuit. Knocked Out Loaded winged it, as did Workbench, who landed half a length back on the inside. Very first time last of the trio. Right hand down once again to come up the hill on their way to the cross fence, which is number 7. Knocked Out Loaded, Workbench on his girths. Both jumped it well, as did very first time, who's on Workbench's quarters. A circuit completed, and heading up now towards fence number 8, which Knocked Out Loaded jumps a neck in front of Workbench, who now comes right on terms with the leader. Very first time a length and a half off them as they close in on fence number 9 at the top of the hill, and Workbench jumped to the front on the inside of Knocked Out Loaded there, and they're racing about 3 lengths up on very first time as they head on towards the last fence in the back straight, which will be fence number 10. Knocked Out Loaded has regained the initiative. He lost at the previous fence. Workbench on his inside takes it a very close second, and very first time just over a length off them. Into the rail section once again, and bearing right-handed on their way back towards the fences up the home straight. Gone through halfway now, and it's Knocked Out Loaded leading Workbench, about a length between them once again, with very first time on Workbench's girths as they swing into the straight on the second occasion and approach fence number 11. Knocked Out Loaded, tracked by Workbench and very first time as they close in on the first in the straight. Knocked Out Loaded from Workbench, about a length between them. The very first time is just a neck behind Workbench. Just got a reminder after jumping that fence. Workbench was rather clumsy at fence number 12. Lost ground on Knocked Out Loaded, and it enabled the very first time to move upsides him. Circuit to cover, and they're on their way to the open ditch for the second and final time. Number 13, Knocked Out Loaded, continues to jump well, but Workbench has gone right back on terms with it again on the inside. Very first time is just a length off them as they swing right-handed to come up the hill once again. So approaching fence number 14, it's Knocked Out Loaded and Workbench who'll be in the air together. Workbench just ahead at the 14th, and very first time is just beginning to flag, dropping 3 or 4 lengths off the 2 principals on their way towards the 15th. Front pair will be in the air together. Workbench coming away from the fence a length up on Knocked Out Loaded. The gap back to very first time is growing, and Workbench coming to the 4th last has now gone clear under Aidan Weaver. Jumped it 5 lengths up on Knocked Out Loaded, who's really flagged going up the hill, and Workbench is now 7 lengths clear. Knocked Out Loaded in second has a 3-length advantage over very first time. They've just got 3 more plain fences to cross. It's still a fair gallop from home. Workbench going towards the 3rd last, with very first time now going off in pursuit. As they jump 3 out, Workbench measured it well. Good 7 lengths clear of very first time, who's still galloping on. Aidan Weaver steals a peek over his right shoulder going into the railed section and sees that Tiggy Vale, Titterton and very first time are reducing the deficit. Knocked Out Loaded, however, looks to spent force. They're on their way back towards the home straight. Workbench's advantage over very first time is just 2.5 lengths, 10 lengths back to Knocked Out Loaded as they level for home. In the Croome and West Warwickshire Hunt race, they've got 2 to jump. Workbench chased into the straight by very first time. Workbench pressing on again as they close in on the 2nd last. He's gone 5 lengths clear and jumped it well. Very first time over in second. Knocked Out Loaded's been pulled up before the 2nd last. So Workbench with an 8-length advantage coming into the wings of the final fence. He's measured it well with very first time over in second, and in what could well be his swan song, Workbench and Aidan Weaver go up to the line in the Marne colours for the Pierces. Workbench wins the opener, followed in by very first time, and just the 2 have finished.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome back to the winner of our opening race, the Lady Maria Coventry Hunt race for Croome in West Warwickshire. Members, subscribers and farmers. Goes to Workbench and Aidan Weaver. Well done, Aidan. Good ride, young man. Big well done to our winning owners, Nick and Ella Pearce, and to winning trainer and clerk of the course, Nick Pearce. Well done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result for our opening race then. The Lady Maria Coventry Hunt Race for Croome in West Warwickshire. Hunt members, subscribers and farmers. Our winner, Workbench, number 7. And in second, number 6, a very first time. Winning distances were 10 lengths and only 2 horses finished.
Horses away, please. Horses away.
So, victory, it appears, for Workbench in the first race. The jockeys have gone away and we'll get the official confirmation of that result in a minute. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask Sarah Bates to give us the runners and riders for the second race. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Carl. So the runners and riders for the second race, the Warwick Racecourse Conditions Race, is first number 1, Ahead of the Game. Ahead of the Game is ridden by James King. Number 3, Bournemore, ridden by Gina Andrews and will be wearing a ton strap. Number 5, Don John, ridden by Joss Lovegood Fielden, and he will be carrying cheek pieces. Number 9, Port Jack ridden by Keris Morris. 13, Robin Why Not, ridden by Elliot England. And finally, number 14, Welsh Castle, ridden by Ivor Herbert, and he will be wearing a tongue strap and cheek pieces. So once again, the numbers are 1, 3, 5, 9, 13 and 14.
Wade in, wade in. Where's Ella, Nick? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our opening race, the Lady Maria Coventry Hunt Race for Croome, West Warwickshire Hunt members, subscribers and farmers. Very kindly sponsored by the Croome Heritage Trust. I'd like to welcome John Henderson to the winner's podium. He's going to make the presentation to the winning connections of our winner workbench. First up, it's a very well done to our winning owners, Nick and Ella Pearce. Well done both. So they're collecting the Neil Allen Challenge Trophy. Well done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen a really good performance there by Workbench and a good performance from the saddle. Our winning rider, Aidan Weaver. Well done, Aidan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a further trophy for the first lady home in our opening race. And Tiggy Vale-Titterton will be picking up the John Tibbetts Challenge Trophy. Good second there by very first time. Well done, Tiggy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the winning jockey with us, Aidan Weaver. That's 2 wins in 2 rides, Aidan. It's very easy, this job.
It's pretty easy if you look at it that way, yeah, but it wouldn't be anywhere as near as easy as it looks. Most of it's down to Nick Pearce. He's given me every opportunity I could have, and after that, I've just got to do the work, and it works out.
Yeah, it looked like a straightforward assignment. You were in the right place. Going to the final bend, you thought, right, well, let's just nurse ahead.
Yeah, well, Pearce gave me my instructions and I followed them as best I could, and obviously he knows a lot more than I do, so as long as I did as close as what he told me to do, then we'll get home in front.
Well done, Aidan. And you've got another ride later on today. What's that and in which race?
That's over the bridge in the restricted. It's a 12-year-old maiden. Hopefully he runs well as well.
Okay, congratulations on your win. And a quick word with Nick Pearce, the trainer of Workbench and also clerk of the course here today. Nick, am I right? Is that Workbench's farewell?
Yeah, that's him done. He's so he started life with Paul Nicholls and made his way up to Ulster when Dan started training. It's a bit of a joke, really. He travelled on the 2-box with Dan and Grace's sofa up from Paul's. He's been a good old boy. He's won plenty of races for his old owner, Norman Lake, and he's been with me now for 3-4 years to give the younger riders at Dan's an opportunity to learn how to race ride, and he's done a great job. He's given Aidan a winner. He gave Murray Dodd, who rides for me later on in the Open, an opportunity as well. So he's been an absolute fantastic servant, and if any horse should go out on a win, it's him. I'm absolutely thrilled that he's gone out with a winner, especially here as well.
Yeah, what's his future now then?
My mother-in-law, who is somewhere, she's Paddock steward today. Between myself and her and Will Telfer, who used to ride him a little bit at Dan's, he's just going to be a bit of a pet, hack around, probably lead the pony and just generally have a bit of a fun time.
Okay. Thanks for that, Nick. We'll talk to you later. I know you got Mr. Love later on in the card. Well done to Workbench. A very good note to end on. The runners for the conditions race are in the paddock. We're just going to have a quick look at one or two horses that might be fancied. Number 1 is ahead of the game, ridden by James King, who is our national champion men's rider. This horse carries the colours of the late Jason Warner. He was a useful hurdler, chaser for several trainers. He was last of 4, first time out at Milbourne, not beaten too far, and then he was closer at Didmarton behind Largy Mountain. And he has to go on shortlist. That's number 1 ahead of the game. Number 3, far end of the paddock, that's the Chestnut. That's Bournemore from the powerful Tom Ellis stable. Tom's trained 37 winners this season already, which is quite remarkable. And he's chasing his personal best of 43 in a season. Now this horse gave Natalie Irvin a couple of good spins. Gina Andrews, Tom's wife, got back on board at Kingston Blunt last time when they were 3rd to Castle Trump. And again, this horse, for nothing else, he comes from the top yard, has to be considered. Don John, number 5, was 2nd here last year, but only 2 ran. That was because of the very firm ground we were enduring this time last year. Josh Lovegrove Fielden is in the saddle. Number 9, Port Jack. He's going down the far end of the paddock without a sheet on. He's still a maiden, and this is his debut for the stable. He's ridden by Caris Morris. Number 13, coming along the top of the paddock, leading the field round, is Robin Wynot, ridden by Elliot England and trained by Annabelle England. He was beaten 15 lengths into 5th at Cocklebarrow in a novice riders race last time out. And the last of the field to consider is number 14. He's wearing this blue sheet at the top of the paddock. That's Welsh's Castle, trained by Nicky Shepherd and ridden by Ivor Herbert. Was 2 places behind ahead of the game when 4th at Didmarton in the race won by Largy Mountain last time out. So he's in a very good yard. Looks at the moment though as though ahead of the game has got the edge on him, but we'll see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again we have a Best Turnout Award for our 2nd race, the Warwick Racecourse Conditions Race. It's very kindly sponsored by Warwick Racecourse, and a judge to be Best Turned Out is horse number 5, Don John. Big well done to trainer Russell Teague, and also to Jasmine Teague, who's done all the hard work leading up Don John, our Best Turned Out in race 2.
The runners are leaving the paddock for race number 2. This is the level 3 conditions race, very kindly sponsored by Warwick Racecourse. It's attracted a field of 6. They're betting 13 to 8, each of 2 for looking in the ring at the moment, ahead of the game and Bournemore. But Don John and Joss Lovegrove Fielden are the first ones heading down onto the racecourse. Looks like the jockey's had a shave since last weekend when he was sporting a full beard at Bangor. He's in green with yellow sleeves and a yellow cap. And Don John runs in cheek pieces.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all right. Just thought I'd see how you all were on that. No?
Next down is number 14, Welsh's Castle.
Yeah.
Ivor Herbert in the rose and white diamond colours, family colours. Ivor's in his first season and looking for his first success. Robin Wynott, Elliot England up. Emerald green jacket, red hooped sleeves and a quartered cap. Port Jack is ridden by Caris Morris. Port Jack on his UK pointing debut. Dark blue with a white chevron, black cap, red spots. And the 2 principals, Bournemore and Gina Andrews, dark blue with a white diamond, light blue sleeves and a royal blue cap. And ahead of the game, reunited with James King, who rode the winner when ahead of the game was runner-up last time out. Ahead of the game in red and light blue diamonds with halved sleeves and a red cap. 6 of them for the Warwick Racecourse conditions race on their way to post.
Well, we're going to get a quick betting update on race number 2 from Ian Davies. Ian, I should think it's fairly close between numbers 1 and 3, isn't it?
Absolutely, Carl. One of the great things about going point-to-point racing is all the different bookmakers take a view. So if you shop round, you can get great prices in the ring. Bournemore is just about shading it at 6-4 favourite, although that's been disputed now by ahead of the game, who's 6-4 from 7-4. It's 7-2 Robin Wynott, 6-1 Welsh's Castle. Don John is 9-1 from 10s, I notice, and Port Jack is the outsider at 12-1.
And if you had to have a bet, Ian, where would you put your hard-earned?
It's a difficult race, but I thought that ahead of the game ran a really good race against Largy Mountain at Didmarton. I should imagine just about him.
OK, well, good luck to everyone who has a bet, and you'll hear will be Martin Harris, your commentator.
Thanks, Carl. Runners arriving at the post. Looks as though Bournemore will go off favourite here. 6-4, 7-4 ahead of the game. 7-2 Robin Wynott. 13-2 Welsh's Castle. 12-1 Don John and 16 Port Jack for looking. Starters on the rostrum, won't be long now. Looks as though they're filing down onto the racecourse. Flags raised. Coming in. They're off. Racing just shy of 3 1/4 miles for the Warwick Racecourse Level 3 conditions race. 6 of them as they come over the first, which they've all jumped safely, led by Robin Wynot, with Don John a close second on the inside, quickly on to fence number 2. Front pair will be pretty much in the air together, though Robin Wynot out-jumped Don John. They're racing 3 lengths clear of Welsh's Castle on the inside of Port Jack. Bournemore is dropped out a couple of lengths behind them, and ahead of the game, who's usually ridden with extreme restraint, is settled right at the back of the field and about 10 lengths from the front running Robin Wynot, who reaches fence number 3, a couple of lengths in front of Don John. They're all out over it safely. Welsh's Castle a clear third ahead of Port Jack. And then as they meet the rail section of the course, Bournemore is held up in 5th, and ahead of the game continues to bring up the rear. So working their way right-handed back towards the home straight on the first circuit, and Robin Wynot and Elliot England now moving clear of Don John and Joss Lovegrove Fielden, with Port Jack moving into 3rd on the outside of Welsh's Castle, and both Bournemore and ahead of the game playing cat and mouse in the last pair, going over the first up the home straight. All jump that safely, and now on towards fence number 5. Robin Wynot with a slightly reduced advantage. We very nearly lost Port Jack at the 5th fence, whose rider's not looking particularly secure, but managed to keep the partnership intact there. Now to the open ditch. Fence number 6, Robin Wynot, Don John, Port Jack over in 3rd, and now right on terms with the front pair. Welsh's Castle 4th, a couple of lengths adrift of them, and then a gap of 4 lengths to Bournemore, who's stalked by ahead of the game. Coming up the hill to the cross fence at the end of the first circuit, number 7, Robin Wynot from Don John, about a length and a half between them. On Don John's quarters is Port Jack, with the circuit covered, a break of 4 lengths to Welsh's Castle, similar margin to Bournemore, and 2 more to ahead of the game as they jump the first fence on their second circuit, which they've all jumped safely, and quickly on to fence number 9. It's Robin Wynot with Port Jack now disputing 2nd and jumping into 2nd at the 9th fence at the expense of Don John. Welsh's Castle's racing 4 or 5 lengths off the lead and moving closer on the inside, and then the gap back to the 2 market principals, Bournemore and ahead of the game. So on the descent towards the 3rd and final fence on the far side, number 10 upcoming, Robin Wynot, with Welsh's Castle improving to go 2nd at the 10th, ahead of Port Jack. Don John relegated to 4th, having gone through halfway. Bournemore continues to sit 4 or 5 lengths off the leading quartet, and in his slipstream is ahead of the game. So swinging right-handed back towards the fences up the home straight, Robin Wynot has been headed after jumping the 10th fence by Welsh's Castle on his inside. So turning in and approaching the 11th, Welsh's Castle, Robin Wynot, about 3 lengths to Don John and Port Jack, and then a gap of 5 or 6 lengths to the 2 market principals. Jumping the 11th fence, Robin Wynot hit that, parted the birch, and Welsh's Castle has a 3-length advantage, heading on to fence number 12. Be the last next time around. Welsh's Castle from Robin Wynot, Port Jack and Don John within a length and a half of the leader with the circuit to cover, and then 5 lengths to Bournemore and ahead of the game still being weighted with. over the final open ditch where Don John made a jumping error. Welsh's Castle from Port Jack into second, just a half length down as they begin the climb. Robin Wynot is a couple of lengths off the front pair in third, then Don John, and now the two major players are beginning to move into contention. Bournemore making headway to close in on a leading quartet, jumps past Don John at the cross fence ahead of the game, is about to go past him soon after it. So they've got 5 more to jump, starting with fence number 15, and Port Jack and Carys Morris has gone to the front at this one from Welsh's Castle. Robin Wynot, Bournemore a close fourth within 2 lengths of the lead, only a length back to ahead of the game. Don John the one that's popped out the back, the other 5 are well grouped, jumping 4 out. Robin Wynot back up sides. Port Jack there takes the lead after the fence. Ahead of the game is moving right into contention under James King on the outside of Bournemore. Welsh's Castle is wide of those, and they're about 10 lengths clear now of Don John as they run down the hill towards the third from home. And as they come to it, ahead of the game has picked up the running. James King has sent him on 3 out and gone a couple of lengths clear. Bournemore has gone off in pursuit. Robin Wynot in third, but becoming outpaced by the front pair. Likewise, Port Jack and Welsh's Castle. Don John is continuing, but pretty remote now as the 2 market principals begin to dominate ahead of the game, with James King up a couple of lengths in front of a driven along Bournemore. They've pulled away from Robin Wynot, who's about 7 lengths off them, turning in third. Then follows Port Jack and Welsh's Castle as the leaders approach 2 from home. Ahead of the game with Bournemore under heavy pressure, but only a length away as they jump 2 out ahead of the game from Bournemore. Still a length and a half between them. Robin Wynot over in third, nearly lost Ivor Herbert at the second last as ahead of the game comes over the final fence, jumped it 3 lengths clear of Bournemore, who hasn't given up trying, but ahead of the game appears to have matters under control, running up towards the line. Ahead of the game for James King has beaten Bournemore. Robin Wynot for third, Welsh's Castle and Port Jack fourth and fifth, and Don John has got round safely under Joss Lovegrove Fielden and will be last of the 6.
So the unofficial result for the conditions race is first number 1, Head of the Game, ridden by James King. Second was Bournemore, ridden by Gina Andrews. Third, Robin Why Not with Elliot England. And fourth was number 14, Welsh Castle, ridden by Ivor Herbert.
I've got with me the winning jockey, James King. James, yeah, you knew that Gina was on your tail, I guess.
Yes, the key with this horse is switching him off early and riding him to get the trip. He was very gassy and keen. He's a young horse, and I won twice from last year. He was very impressive. He's probably better over an easy 2.5 miles, but switched him off early today. He jumped very well, and he got the job done well in the end, so no, great.
And you must love wearing those colours.
No, definitely means a huge amount. Obviously, we had the winner Rosie on last week, but for the girls to train ahead of the game and to ride in Jason Warner's colours again, no, it's amazing, and fingers crossed we have a bit more luck.
Okay, and good luck in the next, James. Thank you.
No.
So, ahead of the game is the unofficial winner of the second race, and the runners and riders for the third race are about to be read out to us by Sarah Bates. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much. So for the Norman Stevens' birthday men's open, first is number 1, Briar's Cove, and Briar's Cove will be ridden by James King. Number 2, Chase Me, ridden by Zach Baker. Number 7, Miss Sea Green, carrying 11.7 with the mare's allowance, ridden by Tommy O'Brien. Number 8, Mr. Love, with Murray Dodd. And finally, number 9, Petit Ganache, ridden by Toby McCain Mitchell. And they will be having cheek pieces, and they're carrying 11.9.
Ciao. That's all good. That's...
Can you do horses? Right, horses away.
Horses away, horses away.
Could we have the horses to the paddock for the next race? Horses to the paddock for the men's open.
Wade in, wade in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our second race, the Warwick Racecourse Conditions Race. It's a level 3 contest. I'd like to welcome Tommy Williams, representing Warwick Racecourse, to the winners' podium. He's going to make the presentations to the winning connections of Ahead of the Game. And so very well done to owner and trainer, Marita Warner-King. Well done, Marita. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also put your hands together for our winning jockey of Ahead of the Game. Big well done to James King. Well done, James.
could I announce that, could the timekeeper go to the clerk of scales, please? And could we have number 1, Blair's Clove, to the paddock, please? Blair's Clove to the paddock. And an announcement for you from our clerk of course, Nick Pearce. The going has changed to good to soft, soft in places.
Right, the runners for the men's open race are in the paddock. The jockeys are coming in too, and we've got 5 of them. Let's have a quick look at the field and see what might go where. In the paddock, in the pink colours, is Tommy O'Brien, who's riding Miss Seagreen, and Miss Seagreen is owned and was bred by Clive Bennett. Clive's standing in the middle of the paddock there with his little flat cap on and his brown jacket, and Clive bred Shishkin, who is an absolutely outstanding 2-mile chaser, as you probably know. Sadly didn't handle the ground at Cheltenham this week, but what a wonderful horse to breed. Well, Miss Seagreen is apparently the 5th generation of horses that Clive has bred from this family, and she's very, very useful. She was second to the Della checkout at Nightwick back in November. She hasn't run since, but she's certainly consistent and has to be watched. So that's Miss Seagreen, number 7. Going back to the top of the card, number 1, Blair's Cove, is ridden by James King. James, who of course just won the last race, he's our national men's champion, and he's going to be wearing the same Jason Warner colours. This horse beat Rolling Dillon at Bratton Down last year on soft ground. This is his seasonal debut, and at the end of last season he was 4th when ridden by Conor Houlihan at Kingston Blunt. Number 2 is a wonderful horse who's so consistent. That's Chase Me. Zach Baker rides. He's won 5 points and a hunter chase. He also won the Exeter Hunter Chase final in April. That was an intermediate final under Zach. He certainly likes fast ground. This is his first run this season. Be interesting to see how he gets on. And I've just been told that the best turned out is Chase Me, horse number 2. I don't have a groom's name, but well done to all the connections of Chase Me. Horse number 8 is Mr. Love, who must be among the fancied runners here. Mr. Love is ridden by Murray Dodd. He's coming around the top of the paddock here. He's unbeaten in 3 points. Twice with Murray in the saddle. He ran on well for a length victory at Didmarton last time out. This is his first run in an open race, so in theory he's gone up in grade, but he's bang in form. Number 9 is Petite Ganache, who's ridden by Toby McCain Mitchell. Toby claims a £5 allowance, which is handy. Toby is a grandson of the great Ginger McCain, who trained Red Rum to win a few of the 3 Grand Nationals. This is this horse's first point-to-point run. He was well beaten in a hunter chase at Leicester recently, but he has won a chase and a couple of hurdles for trainer Nicky Richards. And that takes you through our 5 runners for the men's open race. They're going to do a couple of laps of the paddock, and then they'll be going down to the start. Martin Harris will be calling them during the race, but in the meantime I'm going to hand over to Sarah with a little announcement for us.
Just an announcement for you, a date for your diary, Sunday the 10th of April. There is the Andoversford point-to-point. It's the Cotswold Vale Farmers, and they've got lots of attractions for you, and obviously the beer tent. And they start with pony racing from 12:30. So that's a date, 10th of April, Andoversford, the Cotswold Vale Farmers Hunt.
Runners are leaving the paddock for the 3rd race. The men's open, which is kindly sponsored by Norman Stevens and Norma Field. Which lets us know that today is Norman's birthday. 5 go to post for the men's open. Leading them down the hill is one of the market principals. Number 8, Mr. Love, and Murray Dodd in the claret and blue of Nick Pearce. Maroon, light blue epaulets, check sleeves. Chase Me follows, Zach Baker. Royal blue with red over white cross belts and a red cap. James King rides Blair's Cove, red and light blue diamonds, halved sleeves, red cap. Tommy O'Brien on board the market leader Miss Sea Green in pink with a grey chevron and a check cap. And Toby McCain Mitchell on board Petite Ganache, who wears cheek pieces, runs in grey with a maroon star, maroon sleeves, grey stars. 5 runners for the today's Norman's Birthday Men's Open. They're on their way to post.
You're going to wish him happy birthday.
Miss Sea Green at even money. Mr. Love at 5-4, 6-1 Chase Me. That's just been laid. 5-1 Chase Me, 7 Blair's Cove, and Petite Ganache is the outsider at 16-1. An announcement I forgot to make earlier, and this could cause a mass exodus of the crowd, is that the bouncy castle won't be going up because of the windy conditions this afternoon. So if you're waiting for the bouncy castle, I'm sorry, health and safety and all that, it won't be going up. Men's Open runners arriving at the post.
So, 5 runners, and while Mr. Love has won his 3 starts this season, it's a tight and competitive race in. So how's the betting working out?
And the betting reflects that, Carl. It's very, very tight. If you shop around, I've seen 11 to 10, each of 2, Miss Seagreen and Mr. Love. There's also been 5 to 4, Mr. Love in a place. Blair's Cat Cove, who's first time out, is eased to 6 to 1. There's been a bit of money for Chase Me. I've seen 8 to 1 laid, and he's as short as 5 on some boards. And the outsider is Petite Ganache at 16 to 1.
Obviously, Miss Seagreen gets the £7 mare's allowance. That's going to help. She's not run for a couple of months. If I had to twist your arm, where would you be going?
It's really difficult because, as you say, Miss Seagreen brings the best form to the race. On my ratings, I've got her well clear. However, she's not run for a while. Mr. Love is a very consistent horse. He also stays very well, and Mr. Love will like this ground.
OK, any one of 2 then. Well done, Ian. Thank you.
$11 to 10, each of 2 for Looking. Miss Seagreen, Mr. Love. $5 to 1 Chase Me, 8 to 1 Blair's Cove, 20 to 1 Petite Ganache. Starter has moved on to his rostrum. Runner's still circling off the course. Won't be long now, coming down. Flags are raised, coming in. Many happy returns to Norman. The Men's Open race is off. 5 of them, just shy of 3 1/4 miles. They jumped 19 fences. Coming into the wings of the first, and it was Chase Me, who's got a little bit warm in the preliminaries, and Mr. Love, who share the running in front of Petite Ganache, and Blair's Cove and Miss Seagreen held up last of the 5, all safely out over the second. Chase Me on the inside of Mr. Love. Zach Baker from Murray Dodd as they begin the descent to fence number 3, with Petite Ganache racing 3rd, and then Blair's Cove, and finally Miss Seagreen coming to jump the 3rd. Front pair in the air together, Chase Me just in front, and with the virtue of the advantage of the inside as they meet the railed section. From Mr. Love, and then Petite Ganache just shading Blair's Cove for 3rd, and Miss Seagreen, who'd be 4 or 5 lengths off the front runner, brings up the rear. So Chase Me on the approach to the home straight with a narrow advantage over Mr. Love. Petite Ganache on the outside in third, Blair's Cove right up the inner in fourth, and finally Miss Sea Green as they come over fence number 4. All measured it well. Chase Me from Mr. Love, Petite Ganache 3 wide, and then Blair's Cove and Miss Sea Green jumping the 5th. Not much to choose between the leading trio as they race up to pass the judge with 2 full circuits ahead of them and the open ditch in front of them. Chase Me and Mr. Love will pick up together at the ditch, and Mr. Love jumped on. Chase Me not as fluent as Mr. Love. Petite Ganache a very close third as they run into the next right-hander and meet rising ground on their way up to fence number 7. Blair's Cove held up in 4th. Miss Sea Green still last of the quintet. Over the 7th, Chase Me back up sides Mr. Love and takes a narrow lead once again, having covered a circuit, heading on towards fence number 8. Jumped coming up the hill, front 2 in the air together. Petite Ganache right behind them with Blair's Cove and Miss Sea Green between runners. As they come to jump the 9th, Chase Me on the inside of Mr. Love. They jump it in unison, just a length back to Petite Ganache, with Blair's Cove on the inside and Miss Sea Green between rivals. About to run downhill now through the halfway point and on towards fence number 10. It's Chase Me on the inside of Mr. Love, who will jump the 10th fence together. Mr. Love on the outside of Chase Me. Petite Ganache over in third, and then very little to choose between Blair's Cove and Miss Sea Green as they work their way around the railed section on the approach to the home straight. So Chase Me with a narrow lead over Mr. Love, about a neck between them, and then Petite Ganache and Blair's Cove disputing third, and between them and a half length back is Miss Sea Green. Into the straight they head, approaching fence number 11 of the 19. Chase Me from Mr. Love, Petite Ganache, Blair's Cove, Miss Sea Green. 3 lengths would cover the 5 runners as they race up to the fence that will be the last in the circuit's time. Number 12 on this circuit, Chase Me, Mr. Love, Petite Ganache, Blair's Cove within a length and a half of the leader, and finally Miss Sea Green. So still very tightly grouped as they come to the open ditch for the final time, fence number 13. And as on the previous circuit, Chase Me not as fluent as Mr. Love, who led briefly. Petite Ganache a length down as they meet the rising ground. Blair's Cove up the inner, and Miss Sea Green between the pair. Coming to jump the cross fence, number 14, less than a mile from home. And Chase Me was the one that got the better of the jumping exchanges there. Went on from Mr. Love by nearly 3/4 of a length. Petite Ganache, the first to come off the bridle, drops to the rear as Miss Sea Green makes headway on the outside of Blair's Cove. Coming out over the next, Miss Sea Green to a clear third. Blair's Cove now comes firmly off the bridle as the leaders close in on the 4th last. Chase Me and Mr. Love will jump it together. Mr. Love just in front, 4 out from Chase Me. Miss Sea Green going right up to press them. 3 or 4 lengths developing to an outpaced Blair's Cove, and the hard-ridden Petite Ganache continues to lose ground in the rear. On the descent towards 3 out, Miss Sea Green's gone up on the outside of Chase Me and Mr. Love to join issue as they pull 8 lengths clear of Blair's Cove. Mr. Love and Miss Sea Green, who's jumped on 3 out, going into the railed section. Chase Me now on the back foot in third. Blair's Cove 8 lengths off them, with Petite Ganache only a length behind him. So Miss Sea Green and Tommy O'Brien with the advantage on the home turn, with Mr. Love and Murray Dodd. Only a length down in second. The Zach Baker ridden Chase Me. He's not entirely done with in third as they level for the judge, but they're a good 20 lengths clear of Blair's Cove and Petite Ganache. So the principals closing in on the second last. Miss Sea Green with the advantage, stretching on by a couple of lengths, going over 2 out, winged it, landed 3 clear from Mr. Love. Chase Me's cracked in third. The other 2 are still jumping, but it's Miss Sea Green with a 3-length advantage over Mr. Love as they went over the last. Miss Sea Green from Mr. Love. Chase Me well held in third. Miss Sea Green with the advantage, running up towards the line, pushed out to win readily from Mr. Love, far from disgraced in second. Chase Me ran third, clear of Petite Ganache, who ultimately got the better of Blair's Cove. So unofficially that's 7 Miss Sea Green, 8 Mr. Love and 2 Chase Me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome back to the winner of our third race. The Today is Norman's Birthday Men's Open race goes to Miss Sea Green and Tommy O'Brien. Well done, Tommy. Big well done to our winning owner, Clive Bennett, and to winning trainer, Lucy Smith. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result for our third race, the Today is Norman's Birthday Men's Open. First, number 7, Miss Sea Green. In second, Mr. 8, Mr. Love. Third home was number 2, Chase Me. And in fourth, number 9, Petite Ganache. Winning distances were 3 lengths and 10 lengths. It was run in a time of 6 minutes and 48 seconds. The official time for our second race was at 6:41 seconds, so slightly slower for our Men's Open, But a good performance on the softish ground by Miss Sea Green. Horses away, horses away.
So we have the runners and riders because Augusto and Associates Lorna Brook Memorial Open Ladies Race. And the first one is number 1, Argamenon, and he's ridden by Alice Horner. He carries 10-12. Then next is number 2, Brown Bear. Brown Bear is ridden by Fleur Worsley, carrying 11-10. 12 also, and wearing cheek pieces. Next one is number 4, Golden Opera. Golden Opera is ridden by Kate Jones, carrying 10 stone 9, yes, 9 with cheek pieces and a colour change. Dark pink, light pink V and cap. Next is number 5, King's Cross. King's Cross is ridden by Jessica Stewart, and again carrying 10-9. King's Cross has a tongue strap and cheek pieces. And a colour change, white, green V, white and green stripes, and a white cap. Next is number 6, Longhouse Sail, carrying 11 stone, and our reigning champion ladies jockey, Gina Andrews. He is wearing a tongue strap. Then we have number 7, Ryan's Fancy, ridden by Imogen Robinson. He is wearing a tongue strap and cheek pieces. Next is number 8, Summer Sounds, ridden by Alice Stevens. They are wearing cheek pieces, and there's a colour change to your programme. It's white, navy hoops, and a navy cap. Then we have number 9, TV Broker, ridden by Kate Sinclair of 10 stone 7. And last is number 10, Toshima, ridden by Megan Fox, carrying 10-9 and also has a tongue strap.
So I have the winning trainer with me, the trainer of Miss Seagreen, Lucy Smith, who's travelled here from Gloucestershire today. Lucy, you must be thrilled with that performance by your mare.
Oh God, absolutely. She's always run amazing races, and I'm so happy that she's got a win on the board again.
Yeah, Tommy gave her a good race. It looked like he thought, right, I'll just watch where the dangers are and then I'll take it up off the final bend. Were those your instructions, or did you give Tommy instructions?
That's 100% Tommy. He told me exactly what he was going to do, and he rode an absolute peach. I can't take my hat off to him enough, but he rode it brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly.
OK, now you've got TB Broker in the next race, but before we get to her, Miss Seagreen hasn't run since November. She ran fine race at Nightwick. We haven't seen her since, so why the absence?
She, just after Nightwick, she threw a splint from coming in from the field, so I just wanted to give her enough time over Christmas. There wasn't a lot on for her during the Christmas period, so I backed off for a bit, and I knew all these races were coming up, so that's why I was hanging off for her a bit more.
OK, well, it's good of you to give us your time, Lucy, because you've got one in the next, and that's TB Broker. Last time out, the trainer forgot to tighten the saddle. Is that right?
I'll take full responsibility if you want me to. But yeah.
Go on then, what happened? What happened?
No, generally, the saddle slipped coming around the final bend, which is really, really sad for Kate, because she was giving her an amazing ride and she was gaining on them again. But no, I'm excited for her to run again today. They're all in good form at home, so I'm excited to see what the rest of both of them do today.
Yeah. And Miss Mayhill last week won for you. That's a half-sister to Shishkin. That must have been some thrill.
Some thrill, but a lot of pressure. God, I've never been more nervous, I don't think. But yet again, Tommy looked after her, and all we wanted her to do is go and have a nice clear round, and the bonus of her winning really was. Yeah,
well, she's a well-bred mare. She's going to give Clive a lot of fun in the breeding sheds and on the racecourse. And finally, I believe you've got a horse later on the card.
Yep, and it's Daniel Garlick and Porcines. It's got to get away. And he ran a really good race last Saturday at Coffelston. So we just thought we'd get him straight out again. He's had a quiet period, so we just thought he's well at home, we might as well bring him out again.
OK, well, it looks like we might be talking to you 3 times this afternoon. Lucy, many thanks for that and congratulations on your win. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our third race. Today is Norman's birthday men's open race. Very kindly sponsored by Mr. Norman Stevens and Mrs. Norma Field. And a very happy birthday to Norman from everybody here at Shelfield Park. I gather there's a big party going on behind the weighing room in a separate tent, so hope you enjoy yourself there this afternoon. Norman, you're going to make the presentation to the winning connections of Miss Seagreen. And first up, it's a very well done to our winning owner, Mr. Clive Bennett. Clive, well done. Well done, Clive. In the winners' enclosure again, sir. Well done.
Hey, Mark, is your mum's horse here?
Yeah, well, I've seen them.
Because I thought that ran bloody well at Mark.
Yeah, apparently somebody else said it went really well, yeah.
Is Jeff riding it?
I think so.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's also a very well done to our winning trainer, Lucy Smith. Well done, Lucy. And another great ride by our winning jockey, Tommy O'Brien. Well done, Tommy.
Could I ask for number 9 to be Broker and number 10 Toshima to the paddock, please? Number 9 and 10 to the paddock.
It's better to be closer to that. So we have 9 runners in the Ladies Open race. The jockeys are coming into the paddock. Let's have a quick look at where the winning trophy might go. Number 1, Agamemnon, ridden by Alice Homer. He started his career in point-to-points with Tom Lacey, who trains in Herefordshire. He won 2 chases and a bumper for various trainers, and he's giving Alice some good spins this season. Brown Bear ran well enough at Nightwick earlier this season, but has run poorly twice since, ridden by Fleur Worsley today. Number 4 is Gold Opera. He's new to point-to-points this season. He's had 3 runs. He's either been well beaten or pulled up. King's Cross is interesting. Jessica Stewart in the saddle. This horse was formerly trained in South Wales by Daniel Bourne, and was a good second at Did Martin, but that was 2 years ago, and he's really shown very little since. Longhouse Sale is ridden by the national women's champion Gina Andrews. Was formerly trained by Dan Skelton, won 3 chases, 3 hurdles, and can you believe it, 4 bumper races, which was a great bit of placing by Dan. And he won an Irish point-to-point before that. The form doesn't look great, and he was pulled up on his first start for Simon Andrews on his point-to-point debut, Simon being Gina's father. Anyway, Gina's now got in the saddle. We'll see how he goes. And the best turned out is horse number 7, Ryan's Fancy, from Caroline Robinson's stable. Well done to the Ryan's Fancy team. Imi Robinson, Caroline's daughter, is in the saddle. Ran well enough when 5th to 16 letters at Larkill, but was beaten 24 lengths. He's with a good yard. Imi Robinson is a top rider, but he seems to either win or pull up. I don't know whether it's a going day or not. We're going to find out. Some Sounds is a wonderful, grand old horse. He's won 24 point-to-points. Sorry, 24 point-to-point runs, and he's won 12 of them. That takes some doing. He's got a 50% strike rate. He's also got the smiling Alice Stevens in the saddle. He's given no end of riders some fun. He's 13 now. He won this race last year, but of course he only beat 1 rival on that occasion. TB Broker, we've chatted about her with Lucy Smith. She was 4th at Colbarrow recently, but then last time out when her saddle slipped, which has been unfortunate. And finally, Toshima, who's the mount of Megan Fox. Joe Priest travelled this horse down west. His last win came in a Sedgefield in 2019. Interesting recruit to pointing for a shrewd trainer. Watch out for number 10, Toshima. And that is a quick run through your runners. Just one other thing I will add about Toshima. He cost 300,000 guineas as a yearling. I don't expect at that point the buyer thought he'd be running in a point-to-point in Warwickshire many years later, but here he is.
Right, the runners are leaving the paddock for the ladies' race. The Guasco and Associates Lorna Brook Memorial Qualifier Ladies Open, kindly sponsored by Guasco and Associates. Thanks to them. 9 of them. Number 5, King's Cross, leads them down the hill. Jess Stewart in white with a green chevron, striped sleeves, followed by number 8, Summer Sounds, who won on the course last year. Alice Stevens knows him well, dark blue Hoops on a white body, white sleeves and a dark blue cap. Ryan's Fancy next. Amy Robinson in black with a gold sash and a gold cap. Capable on his day. Toshima is making his pointing debut. Megan Fox in black with yellow seams and sleeves, black armlets and a yellow cap. Alice Homer rides number 1, Agamemnon. Dark blue silver epaulets, striped sleeves. Then TB Broker and Katie Sinclair, light blue with a royal blue disc and striped sleeves. Followed by Brown Bear and Fleur Worsley. Yellow with mauve epaulets and a mauve cap. Gina Andrews rides Longhouse Sail. Emerald green with a white sash, armlets and hoop on cap, now preceded by Gold Opera and Kate Jones. In pink with a mauve chevron. 9 of the 10 entries declared to run for the Guasco and Associates Lorna Brook Memorial Qualifier Ladies Open. They're on their way to post.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just before the start of our 4th race, the presentation taking place by the parade ring, and it's the 3 Counties Veterinary Practice novice rider of the day, and it goes to Aidan Weaver for his ride on Workbench, winning our opening race today. Aidan, another award for you. Well done, young man. So wins the novice rider of the day here at Shelfield Park.
Agamemnon heads the market here at 2 to 1. Longhouse Sail at 3s. Ryan's Fancy at 7 to 2. They're at the post. Still 2-1 Agamemnon. 3 Longhouse Sale, 7-2 Ryan's Fancy. 6-1 Summer Sounds. Might just have come for Tashima latterly. $4-1 looks to be the best price about Tashima. 6s was readily available earlier. Fast approaching post time. Nine to 4 the field now. Right, stand by. Flags raised, coming in. They're off. The racing for the Guasco and Associates Lorna Brook Memorial Qualifier Ladies Open. Summer Sounds leads them on the run-up to the first of 19 fences, which they've all cleared. King's Cross the last to do so. Longhouse Sale is dropped out in an effort to preserve his stamina, as Summer Sounds chased by TB Broker, Brown Bear and Ryan's Fancy jumped the second. Tashima reined back off the leading quartets. Then follows Gold Opera, Agamemnon and Longhouse Sale. And on the descent towards fence number 3, King's Cross is the detached back marker. So closing in on the third, Summer Sounds, previous course and distance winner, will jump the third in front of Tashima and TB Broker. Brown Bear on the wide outside, going 4 wide into the first turn. Ryan's Fancy right up the inner is almost disputing second as they work their way around the turn. Behind the leading group is Gold Opera, Agamemnon and Longhouse Sale, and 6 lengths off the back of them is King's Cross. Turning in to the home straight, where fences 4, 5 and 6 await them. Summer Sounds from TB Broker, Brown Bear, Tashima. Ryan's Fancy now settles just off the leading quartet. Tashima rather steep at that fence. King's Cross the last to clear it as they close in on fence number 5. Summer Sounds from Tashima, TB Broker, and then Brown Bear over in 4th from Ryan's Fancy and Agamemnon. Longhouse Sale. Gold Opera's dropped to the back of the main body, and 8 lengths off them is King's Cross, as Summer Sounds leads them over the first of the open ditches. From TB Broker, who out-jumped Tashima, they're being followed into the next right-hander by Brown Bear, Ryan's Fancy, Agamemnon, Longhouse Sale, Gold Opera, and finally King's Cross. Up the hill they come to fence number 7. Summer Sounds from TB Broker, Tashima, Brown Bear. Tashima not especially fluent at the 7th fence, dropped back to be a close 4th, with Ryan's Fancy a couple of lengths off the leading quartet, having gone a circuit. Agamemnon is next, little gap to Longhouse Sale and Gold Opera as they jump fence number 8. Gold Opera made a complete meal of that fence, and King's Cross is becoming remote. Fence on the top of the hills, number 9. Summer Sounds with a length advantage over Brown Bear, TB Broker and Tashima. Gold Opera has completely lost touch now. King's Cross has never been in contention, and Kate Jones is about to pull up Gold Opera after jumping 9 fences. So heading through halfway, down the hill to the 10th, Summer Sounds chased by TB Broker, Brown Bear on the outside, and Tashima, who's probably just second up their inner. And then follows Ryan's Fancy and Agamemnon and Longhouse Sale. And those are fairly well grouped, but some 15, 20 lengths off them is King's Cross, who's never moved out of last place. Main body of runners are on the rail section between fences 10 and 11. And as they work their way back towards the home straight. Summer Sounds remains the leader from TB Broker to Shima. Brown Bear, Agamemnon, Ryan's Fancy is about 5 lengths off the lead in 6th. Longhouse Sail still being held up, is a couple of lengths off the back of them. And King's Cross is well tailed off as the leaders come to jump the 11th. Summer Sounds from TB Broker to Shima, Brown Bear, Agamemnon, Ryan's Fancy and Longhouse Sail, and King's Cross has been pulled up as the leaders jump the 12th. Summer Sounds from TB Broker, Fleur Worsley calls a cab on Brown Bear behind Tashima. Then follows Agamemnon, and Ryan's Fancy and the patiently ridden Longhouse Sail is last of the survivors, who are well grouped at the final open ditch. Summer Sounds out-jumped and headed by both TB Broker and Tashima. And then Agamemnon going off in pursuit of the leading trio, Brown Bear losing his place, then Ryan's Fancy and Longhouse Sail. On their way up to the cross fence, number 14, Katie Sinclair and TB Broker from Summer Sounds, just over a length down in 2nd. Then Agamemnon moving into 3rd soon after the fence on the outside of Tashima. Longhouse Sail is creeping into contention, Ryan's Fancy next, and they've gone away from Brown Bear, who's quickly retreating. At the fence coming up the hill, the leading group are all out over it. Brown Bear jumped it well behind them. They've got 4 to take in the Ladies Open. TB Broker less than a length in front of Summer Sounds, renewing his challenge 4 out. Agamemnon on the heels of the front pair. Longhouse Sail has sauntered up to join issue with the leading trio. Tashima's right behind them. Imi Robinson working hard on Ryan's Fancy to keep in touch. Brown Bear tailed off on the descent towards the 3rd from home. As they close in on it, Summer Sounds has regained the initiative, but Longhouse Sail and Agamemnon are either side of the leader, jumping 3 out, and then 5 lengths to TB Broker and Tashima. Ryan's Fancy struggling, and Brown Bear jumped 3 out, albeit tailed off. Leaders on the railed section with 2 more fences to jump on the homeward run. And it's Summer Sounds and Agamemnon going on together now as Longhouse Sail quickly comes off the bridle, loses ground on the front 2. Tashima is moving back into 3rd place. TB Broker 5th, 6 to 7 lengths off the leaders at the top of the home straight, as Agamemnon on the outside of Summer Sounds now goes to the front. Longhouse Sail and Tashima are 3rd and 4th. It's Agamemnon from Longhouse Sail. At the second last, Agamemnon made a mistake, opens the door for Tashima and Longhouse Sail. Summer Sounds looks held, was the next and ultimately the last one to finish, because both Brown Bear and Ryan's Fancy called it a day, 2 from home.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome back to the winner of our fourth race, the Glasgow and Associates Lorna Brook Memorial Qualifier Ladies Open Race. Goes to Toshiba. Big well done to Mr. Hoskins, our winning owner, and to winning trainer, Joanne Priest. Well done to all the team. So the unofficial result for our fourth race, the Glasgow and Associates Lorna Brook Memorial Qualifier Ladies Open Race. Our winner, number 10, Toshima. In second, number 1, Agamemnon. And in third, number 9, TB Broker. And in fourth, horse number 6, Lofco Sale. Winning distances a short head and 10 lengths. Short head and 10 lengths.
I can't, seriously.
Ladies and gentlemen, winning trainer, Jo Priest is with me. It was a... She's come a long way. How far have you come today, Jo?
Only from Ross-on-Wye. That's not, about an hour and a half.
Oh, not too bad at all.
No, well worth it.
Yeah, well worth it.
Yeah, well
So
worth
how did
it.
Toshima come into your yard?
Gareth sent me a message and said he'd got a horse who wants to go in ladies, and he's had a leg, and we have a river, the River Wye. So he said, ideally he can spend a lot of time in the river, which he does. We walk him up and down the river for his leg, and he stayed sound, touch wood, and
Yeah, OK, so he loves the water, he treads up and down in there, which is good for his legs, but you also gallop him as well.
Yeah, he's a good workhorse horse. I mean, he worked with Ballybocker Breeze the other day, so I said to Justin that we've got to go this week. He's worked with him. It's a good piece. He scored well. Lucy Turner's done all the work on him. She rides him out all the time, and she was supposed to be on him today, but obviously Venetia's wanted her to go to Uttoxeter. So fair play to Lucy, who's done all the hard work.
Fair play to Lucy, who rode a winner at Cheltenham Festival this week. She's at Uttoxeter today. So you got Megan Fox. How did you find Megan?
Toby McCain messaged me about my other horse, and I said, Zach's riding him, but do you know of a good girl? I've got a ladies' horse, and he suggested Megan Fox. So I called her yesterday, and yeah.
She did the job for you?
Did the job perfectly, yeah.
OK.
Amazing.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, it's a lovely voice you got there, Jo. Are you going to give us an opera later?
I just can't talk at all.
Well, she's done a good job of training, even if she can't talk. Jo Priest, congratulations.
Horses away, horses away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a call for the connections of our second and third in our Ladies Open race. There are presentations for both the second and third in our Ladies Open race as well. I know you're making your way back to the Horsebox Park, but the connections of our second and third placed horses, if you could send somebody back, a representative, for the presentation, thank you.
Could we have all the runners for the next race to the paddock, please? Runners to the paddock. And the runners for the next race, we only have 3 coming forward for the Dan Skelton Racing Orme Park Stud Novice Riders Race. And they are number 2, Dream Conti. He's ridden by Misha Micklewright and he's wearing a visor. Number 4, Monitor Born, ridden by Carl Brennan. And number 11, Urban Storm, ridden by Josh Lovegood Filden. There is a colour change for you. Number 5 will now be in blue and yellow diamonds, yellow sleeves, blue and yellow diamond cap. So we have 3 going to post for our novice riders race. Wade in, wade in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our 4th race, the Grasco and Associates Lorna Brooke Memorial Qualifier Ladies Open Race. I'd like to welcome Sir Alistair Brooke and also Paulo Grasco to the winners' podium. They're going to make the presentations to the winning connections of Tashima. And to start with, a very well done to our winning owner, Justin Hoskins. Well done. Up you go, sir. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our winning trainer, Joanne Priest. Well done, Joe. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our winning rider on her first outside ride, Megan Fox. Well done, Megan.
Okay, I'm lucky enough to be chatting now to the winning jockey, Megan Fox, who rode Toshima to win the Ladies Open race. Meg, outside ride, that's quite a feather in your cap.
Yeah, well, I mean, she only rang me yesterday, so I was quite delighted to pick up the spare ride, really.
Yeah, so you'd never seen the horse before. You turn up here. How did you find him in the race?
I mean, he was brilliant. He was tough and kept on going, and he jumped pretty well, so I was happy with him.
Yeah. Wait, did you get instructions from Jo Priest?
I mean, there was no pressure from her. She just told me to get him round, and if he's travelling and he goes to win, then go to win. But if not, then it's no pressure, and she just wanted him to get round, really. So. Yeah.
Okay, so you turn into the home straight. You've got Agamemnon on your outside, Katie Sinclair, possibly going slightly better. But you came to the second last. Things changed.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect him to pick up so much, but the more I asked him, the more he went. So. There we are.
Yeah. Now, that was your third winner, is that correct?
Yeah, third winner this season, so, third winner ever, so pretty happy.
And the other two have come on a horse owned by your boss, Ben Pauling, and trained by his wife, Sophie, is that right?
No, they were trained by him and owned by him, so yeah, I mean, he keeps them in training so I can get the experience and be here today, so I'm pretty happy that he's doing it.
Okay, so you work for Ben Pauling. It's been quite a week for the yard. They had a win at the Cheltenham Festival, Global Citizen. Was there celebrations?
Yeah, well, that's why my voice is a bit funny. I lost my voice on Wednesday when I was cheering him on, so yeah.
Oh, so that happened while cheering the horse home. It wasn't in the pub later?
Maybe both.
Okay, so you work full-time for Ben. What is that? That's a 7-day-a-week job at certain times of the year?
Yeah, so it'll be 6-7 days a week I work there, so full-time job.
Yeah. And why did you give point appointing a go?
Well, I just want to get the experience, and obviously I'm an amateur jockey and I want to get more rides, and the best way to get experience is to get out and do it. So.
Well, the best way to do it is to ride a winner, especially on a spare. Well done to Megan Fox and Toshima. Thank you very much, Meg. Cheers. Thank you.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Well, I would. I'm supposed to be doing these three runners. Hang on, I'll be with you in a minute. So the three runners for the novice riders race are in the paddock. Very quickly run through them. Number 2, Dream Conti, ridden by Misha Micklewright, was a good second at Hexham earlier this season under Tom Chatfield Roberts. Now Misha takes the ride. The horse was last of 4 on heavy ground last time. It's not going to be heavy here today and comes from a very good stable, Kelly Morgan. Mona de Bourne is making her debut for Gerald Bailey. Has been running in France and was consistently placed. One to keep an eye on, Carl Brennan in the saddle. And finally, Urban Storm, ridden by Josh Lovegrove Fielden, was well beaten at Garthorpe last time out. Trained by Russell Teague, who trains out in the borders in Powys. And good luck to that one. That's Urban Storm, number 11.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again we have a Best Turnout Award for our 5th race, the Dan Skelton Racing and Allen Park Stud Conditions Race. This is for novice riders. And the Best Turnout Award goes to horse number 4, Mona de Bourne. Big well done to the Gerald Bailey stable, especially Chloe East, who got this one ready. Best Turnout in race 5, number 4, Mona de Bourne.
Runners leaving the paddock for race number 5, the Dan Skelton Racing and Aln Park Stud Conditions Race, level 2 for novice riders. They're on their way to the 2.5 mile start, which is at the entrance to the home straight, so in the opposite corner to the 3.25 mile start. Just the 3 runners here, and the Carl Brennan ridden Mona de Bourne leads them down the hill. This mare's got plenty of placed form in the French provinces, where she's also managed to win over hurdles. I think Carl's still seeking his first winner. He's in blue and yellow diamonds with royal blue sleeves, yellow sleeves rather, and a check cap. Seems to change his colours every year. These might bring him some luck, we'll see. Joss Lovegrove Fielden rides Urban Storm. Green, yellow sleeves and cap. And Misha Micklewright is aboard Dream Conti in red with green halved sleeves. 3 of them for the Dan Skelton Racing and Aln Park Stud Conditions Race for novice riders on their way to post.
Okay, it's time for a betting update on the novice riders race, but just for a quick recap, Ian Davies, who is with me, unfortunately we didn't get to him before the ladies race, which was an interesting betting event because I gather the winner, Toshima, came under heavy support, including your own, Ian. Tell us what happened.
That's right, Carl. A couple of very shrewd punters I know, a lot shrewder than me, were straight to Mark Hill's board for the 8-1. I got the 8-1 as well. It was back through all rates down to 4-1. I think Martin Harris said it was just before the off. And of course, it's touched off the well-backed favourite Agamemnon, who was 2 from 9-4 in a driving finish.
Yeah, and a good race it was too. 2 novice riders who, I have to say, really did show that we got some young talent coming through. Now, just 3 runners in this novice riders race. Slightly mysterious the way that we got only 3 in this when we had 9 in the ladies. But anyway, where's the money going?
Well, it's only 3 runners, but an interesting betting market. Dream Conti opened the 2s on favourite, 1-2, and there has been money for Mona de Bourne. It's been heavily backed from 6-4 to even money last time I saw, with the result that Dream Conti has eased to 11-10, and Urban Storm is the outsider of 3.
You gave us the win, well, you would have given us the win in the last race. You certainly backed it in 3 runners. Did you back the outsider of 3 in this one?
Not in this one, no. I mean, the money says Mona de Bourne, but my form book says Dream Conti, so I have to be with Dream Conti.
Thanks for that, Ian. Talk to you later.
Runners arriving at the post. recall man is about to take up his position. The runner's still circling. Starter yet to mount the rostrum. Now he has. Flag unfurled and raised. They're coming in. They're off. From the 2.5 mile start for the Dan Skelton Racing and Olm Park Stud Conditions Race for novice riders, Urban Storm leads Dream Conti over the first of 16 fences, and Mona de Bourne has got rid of Carl Brennan at the first, tried to stop, and the jockey's gone splat. Unfortunately, horse is completely unscathed as they come across the second. Urban Storm from Dream Conti. Mr. Brennan has got to his feet and has got hold of his steed. They're unscathed as the other two come over the open ditch. Dream Conti on the outside of Urban Storm, now matching strides as they prepare to swing right-handed and come up the hill for the first time. The cross fence is number 4, and Dream Conti on the outside of Urban Storm, just touching down in front as they work their way right-handed through the 3.25 mile start and onto the fences on the far side. Number 5 upcoming, Dream Conti on the outside of Urban Storm. They'll be in the air together. Dream Conti rose just in front on the outside of Urban Storm as they head quickly onto fence number 6. So Dream Conti out jumping Urban Storm at the 6th to go on by a neck, half a length or so, but Misha Mickelwright has a firm grip on Dream Conti as they make the descent to the 7th, and the two survivors are virtually matching strides. Dream Conti, who earlier in the season established an enormous lead in the race at Hexham, is now assumed command and jumped on by 3 or 4 lengths at the 7th fence. So they meet the railed section. Dream Conti, who's fighting the rider, leading by 2.5 lengths. Urban Storm is much more measured in his approach. The question is whether Dream Conti will last home from there. He's established a 4-length advantage heading to the end of the first circuit over Urban Storm, with Mona de Bourne being remounted by Carl Brennan and hacking back on the outside of the course with the Huntsman. Over the first in the straight, there'd be 2.5 lengths between the two runners, with Urban Storm closing in on Dream Conti once again as they come to the fence that will be the last next time around, and they jump that pretty much together, with Urban Storm now on the outside of Dream Conti as they approach the open ditch for the final time, matching strides. Dream Conti the inside of Urban Storm over the ditch. Better jump from Dream Conti, went on by a length as they swing right-handed, meet the rising ground and run up towards the cross fence, and Dream Conti just outpacing Urban Storm again, moving 3 or 4 lengths clear as they come into the wings of the 11th. Dream Conti jumped it well. Urban Storm equally as good, but on the flat he hasn't quite got Dream Conti's speed. Dream Conti's now gone 6 lengths clear of Urban Storm as they come to the 12th of the 16 fences, and now the gap between them is bordering on 7 or 8 lengths, and Joss Lovegrove Fielden beginning to shake the reins at Urban Storm. Misha Micklewright still sat motionless on Dream Conti, who jumps the 4th last, 8 lengths clear of Urban Storm, and now they've got the descent to the 3rd last and then the length of the home straight to negotiate. So on the run down the hill, Dream Conti is now 10 lengths in front of Urban Storm. Leader still full of running at the 3rd last. Got into the right-hand corner of it, but out over it safely, and a good 10 lengths clear of Urban Storm as they meet the railed section. So a dozen lengths between the 2 runners in favour of Dream Conti, with 2 plain fences to jump in the home straight in this Dan Skelton Racing and Alm Park Stud conditions race for novice riders, and Dream Conti is extending his lead over Urban Storm. It's more like 15 lengths as Dream Conti swings in to the home straight. Urban Storm making no impression in second, going through their departure point. Dream Conti, Urban Storm perhaps within 12 lengths. Dream Conti at the 2nd last jumped it well, with Urban Storm plugging away in second. Dream Conti's probably coming to the end of his tether on his way to the last. He's still got a good 10 or 12 lengths in hand, jumps the final fence fluently. Urban Storm out over it safely. So Dream Conti and Misha Micklewright for the John Chatfield Roberts and Kelly Morgan team goes on to beat Urban Storm, and just the 2 finished. So provisionally it's 2 Dream Conti and 11 Urban Storm.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result of our 5th race, the Dan Skelton Racing and Elm Park Stud Conditions Race for novice riders. First past the post was number 1, Dream Conti. And in second, number 11, Urban Storm. Winning distances were 20 lengths, only 2 finished. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome back to the winner of our 5th race, the Dan Skelton Racing and Elm Park Stud Conditions Race. Very well done to Dream Conti and Misha Micklewright. Well done, Misha. Big well done to our winning owner, John Chatfield Roberts, and to winning trainer, Kelly Morgan.
So while the first and second recover from their exertions in the novice riders, I have the runners and riders for the next race. The Agents restricted race is run over 2 mile 4, so the start will be at the base of the home straight. And we have number 1, Book of Intrigue, ridden by Zach Baper. He's got a tongue strap and cheek pieces. Number 3, Caballo Diablo, ridden by Alice Stevens. Number 6, Devon Redway, ridden by Joseph Stevenson, with cheek pieces and a tongue strap. Number 7, Ervron, ridden by Milo Herbert, wearing a tongue strap. Number 9, Got a God Away, ridden by Tommy O'Brien and has cheek pieces. Number 10, Let Me Entertain You, James King with cheek pieces. Number 11, Lochen, ridden by Gina Andrews with a tongue strap and a hood. Number 12, Midnight Frenzy, ridden by Jeffrey Barfoot-Saunt with a tongue strap. Then number 14, Outlaw Dream, ridden by Ben Bromley. And the final runner is number 15, Over the Bridge, ridden by Aidan Weaver. That's 9 runners for the restricted race over 2 mile 5.
Horses away, horses away. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a notice for racegoers. The time of our 4th race, the Ladies Open, was 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Apologise, it wasn't announced earlier. The time for our ladies' race was 6 minutes and 43 seconds. The time for our 5th race, the Dan Skelton Racing at Old Park Stud Conditions race, was 5 minutes 33 seconds. 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Wade in, wade in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our 5th race, the Dan Skelton Racing and Olm Park Stud Conditions Race. I'd like to welcome Grace Skelton to the winner's podium. Good to see you, Grace. Good to see you dried out after hard week at Cheltenham. She's going to make presentations to the winning connections of Dream Conti. First up, it's a big well done to our winning owner, John Chatfield Roberts. Well done, John. And ladies and gentlemen, Dream Conti was given a great ride by our winning rider, Misha Micklewright. Well done, Misha. Up you go, well done.
So the jockeys are entering the paddock for our restricted race. There are 9 runners and several horses who are either trained or ridden by people who have ridden this afternoon. Number 1 is an example, A Book of Intrigue by Joanne Prince, who won Toshiba earlier this afternoon. Zach Baker rides this horse. It was Barrow in a restricted race, but let himself down last time out. 3 is Cabello Diablo, the mount of Alice Stevens, trained by Jonathan Barlow. This horse, point-to-point debut, Sheriff in January, but was balked by a loose horse at the 3rd, and he ran prominently and won nicely at Cockerbarrow. Stevenson rides Devon Redway, horse number 6. And on number 7 is Milo Herbert, who's riding Evron for Shepherd. This horse was trained earlier in the season in the West Country. He's since then come up here after winning a maiden race at Wadebridge in Cornwall, and he was 2nd last time out at Kingston Blunt. Gotta Getaway, trained by Lucy Smith, who trained Miss Seagreen to win earlier on the card. He was 3rd in a Stratford Hunter Chase 12 months ago, but well beaten when 3rd again at Cothelstone on his latest start. Let Me Entertain You is interesting. This is ridden by James King. He won a bumper for Michael Scudamore first time out when ridden by Michael's brother Tom. He's owned by Mark Dunphy. This is probably Mark's first runner in a point-to-point, and he's trained by Gabriela Gakova, and it's her first runner in a point-to-point too. But sadly, Gabriela's well, so she sent her assistant, Michael Scudamore himself, to do the saddling up. Locken, ridden by Gina Andrews and Tom Ellis. One Hexham, been country this horse, and he did win a maiden at Hexham at the start of the season. He didn't seem to like the firm ground this time out, and more 2nd, beaten 4 lengths at Alnwick in Northumberland. Well, he's a lot closer to home today, and he might enjoy having a home game. Number 12 is Midnight Frenzy, the mount of Jeff Barfoot Saunt, trained by Martin Wilesmith in the Ledbury country. Number 14 is interesting. That's Outlaw Dream from Phil Rowley's stable in Shropshire. Had an easy win, but in a weak race at Charing in December, and he was well beaten when 2nd last time out. But you can't discount, he's only a 5-year-old, he's going to be improving shortly. And finally, Over the Bridge, who is ridden by Aidan Weaver. Aidan, who won our members' race earlier today on Workbench. This horse is trained by Robert Jones, and he hasn't run for a while, the horse, so interesting to see how Aidan gets on with him. And they're the 9 runners for the restricted race.
Main body of runners are leaving the paddock for the Agents restricted race. A Book of Intrigue has already gone to post early, quietly under Zach Baker, who's in black with a beige chevron and armlets. The other 8 are led out of the paddock by Over the Bridge, returning from a long absence. Aidan Weaver in orange with a black checked cap. Followed down the hill by Cabello Diablo, Alice Stevens, orange navy blue chevrons on body. Then Evron and Milo Herbert in rose and white diamonds. Midnight Frenzy, Jeff Barfoot Saunt, royal blue with a yellow diamond and a red cap. Locken under Gina Andrews, fawn and white checks, fawn sleeves, white cuffs. James King aboard the grey, Let Me Entertain You, black with an orange star, stars on sleeves. Then 6 Devon Redway, yellow with the dark blue disc and armlets. Pretty certain that Devon Redway isn't priced up in the ring. At least it wasn't when I was down there. It would be nice to know what's running sometimes. It wasn't on the board either, so I've no idea who's riding it. It won't win. Outlaw Dream is the next. That's Ben Bromley in royal blue with green epaulets, and Tommy O'Brien rides Gotta Gotta Getaway in black with a red diamond, halved sleeves and a red cap. So I think that's 10, although we were only expecting 9. For the agents restricted, they're on their way to the 2.5 mile start.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Best Turnout Award for our 6th race, the Agents Restricted race. And judged to be best turnout is horse number 3, Caballo Diablo. We got on to the Jonathan Barlow team, especially John Beasley, who got this one ready. Best turnout in race 6, number 3, Caballo Diablo.
So, time for a betting update from Ian Davies. Ian, it looked very, very tight market.
It's an incredibly competitive race, Carl, you're right. They found it hard to find a favourite. Everyone was originally favourite, but we've settled down. The favourite is, last time I looked when I came over, it was Locken, 3-1 from 7-2, then 4-1 Evron, 9-2 Outlaw Dream, a very shrewd judge I know, grabbed 6-1 early. Then I saw 4-1 Got to Getaway, 4-1 Cabo Diablo, 5-1 Let Me Entertain You, 6-1 from 10-1 A Book of Intrigue, that's been well backed, 16-1 Midnight Frenzy, and 20-1 Over the Bridge.
Interesting you say that, A Book of Intrigue, money for that. Of course, Joe Priest has already had a winner today, and Zach Baker is a top rider, so someone knows something.
Well, you know, Zach Baker is a fantastic jockey. I'm sure we all know that. He'll give it a great ride, and it's a very interesting each-way bet.
So you think, Locken is likely to start favourite under Gina Andrews?
Just about, yes, and I think the Gina factor is probably at work there because, of course, she is also an outstanding rider.
Yeah. Many thanks, Ian.
Runners are at the post. I do know who rides Devon Redway. It's Joe Stevenson, who rode him at Guilsborough last week, pulled him up after a circuit. I think it would need an act of God for him to win this afternoon. A Book of Intrigue, who went to post early, is isolated away from the other runners down at the start. He got left last time out, and he's behaving in an odd mood this afternoon. One of the starter's assistants has just run across to aid and abet Zach Baker. He's taking some fetching. He's not at all keen to be led. He's now in the mix with the other runners. Book of Intrigue is consenting to walk round, circle with the others, with a lead. Starter just checking the watch as he approaches his position. Promises to be the most competitive race of the day. Certainly if the market is to be believed. Starter on the rostrum now. Runners advancing. Book of Intrigue is planted. And now they're circling again, giving him every chance. Flag unfurled. Starter still waiting for a Book of Intrigue. It's up and they're off, and the Book of Intrigue isn't. He's planted. So they're running in the agents restricted. Cabello Diablo leads Outlaw Dream. Out over the first of 16. Devon Redway's close up. Locken is anchored by Gina Andrews in a detached last early on. As they come over the second, Cabello Diablo led the field, getting well strung out. Outlaw Dream is with the leader, Devon Redway giving chase, then Midnight Frenzy over the bridge. Let Me Entertain You. Evron settled well off the pace, along with Gotta Getaway, and finally Locken over the open ditch, where Outlaw Dream jumped past Cabello Diablo, whose backup side's going into the turn. Devon Redway's 2 lengths off them, 2.5 to Midnight Frenzy. As they climb up towards the cross fence behind Midnight Frenzy, races over the bridge. As the leaders jump the fourth, Cabello Diablo back in front. Let Me Entertain You, Evron, Gotta Getaway, and Locken are running in the last 4 positions. Heading on up the hill towards fence number 5. As they come across it, Cabello Diablo's gone on by a couple of lengths. Devon Redway was especially slow at the 5th fence. Lost several lengths as a result. Midnight Frenzy moved into 3rd. Over the 6th, Cabello Diablo by 3 lengths to Outlaw Dream, by 6 lengths to the chasing group, with Gotta Getaway jumping very slowly and being relegated last at the 5th. Locken went past him, and now they're on the downhill run towards fence number 7, last on the far side. Cabello Diablo with Alice Stevens up, going clear of Outlaw Dream and Ben Bromley. Midnight Frenzy will jump the 7th, a good 8 lengths off the lead in 3rd. Let Me Entertain You's moved up into a share of 4th, with Devon Redway over the bridge is next, then Evron, Locken and Gotta Getaway who'd be the best part of 20 lengths off the leader, is bringing up the rear. So they're heading towards the end of the first circuit. Cabello Diablo by 5 or 6 lengths over Outlaw Dream, similar margin if not bigger to Let Me Entertain You, who's gone off in pursuit of the leading trio in front of Midnight Frenzy. Devon Redway is dropping out of the equation rapidly after a circuit, as he did at Guilsborough. Evron's making a shade of ground as they come over the first in the straight. Cabello Diablo by 5 from Outlaw Dream, by 6 lengths to Let Me Entertain You. Evron, who bungled it, is next. Locken's making headway as they come over what will be the last in a circuit's time. Cabello Diablo's a good 7 lengths clear of a well-strung outfield. Devon Redway's now last. Gotta Getaway is hard-ridden and 1 from last as the leaders come over the open ditch for the final time. Cabello Diablo winged it, 8 lengths up on Outlaw Dream, then Let Me Entertain You, Locken and Evron from over the bridge, and Midnight Frenzy and Gotta Getaway, and wisely Devon Redway was pulled up. Heading up the hill to the cross fence, number 11, the speedy Cabello Diablo will go across it clear under Alice Stevens, with Locken jumping into second under Gina Andrews. In front of Outlaw Dream and Let Me Entertain You. They're clear of Evron, who in turn is clear of Gotta Getaway, Midnight Frenzy, and finally Over the Bridge as they come over the first on the far side, with Locken closing on the leader Cabello Diablo. Just 3 lengths between them. Let Me Entertain You and Outlaw Dream are well in touch. Evron would be about 8 lengths off the leaders, jumping 4 out in 5th position, but miles clear of the rest, who are all pulling up. Gotta Getaway's pulling up 4 out, Midnight Frenzy's pulling up 4 out, and so too is Over the Bridge. So the leaders on the descent to 3 out, and Locken is closed to within 1 length of Cabello Diablo, with Let Me Entertain You and Outlaw Dream well in touch in 3rd and 4th. Evron is 7 or 8 lengths off the back of the leading quartet, going over the 3rd from home, where Locken moved up sides the long-time leader Cabello Diablo. Let Me Entertain You is 3 lengths off them in 3rd. Outlaw Dream a further 3 lengths behind, becoming outpaced in 4th. As the leaders make their journey right-handed back towards home, and Locken has taken up the running from Cabello Diablo before they swing into the home straight with 2 to jump. Locken moving on by 2 now from Cabello Diablo. Let Me Entertain You's a similar margin away, but running on in 3rd. Outlaw Dream and Evron are chasing the leading trio. Locken from Cabello Diablo and Let Me Entertain You over 2 out. The race is not won yet. Locken with Cabello Diablo trying to stage a rally. Let Me Entertain You looks held in 3rd. Cabello Diablo back up sides Locken as they go over the last. Neither were fluent. Let Me Entertain You is staying on. Cabello Diablo's weakening. Locken is all out from Let Me Entertain You, but Locken will hold on to win the restricted from Let Me Entertain You, and Cabello Diablo with Outlaw Dream staying on well back in 4th, clear of Evron, who could never land a blow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome back to the winner of our sixth race, the Agents Restricted race. Goes to Locken and Gina Andrews. Well done, Gina. Big well done to our winning owners, William Wells, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Redmond and Mr. Spence, and to winning trainer, Tom Ellis. So, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result for our sixth race. First, number 11, Locken. Second, number 10, Let Me Entertain You. Third, Caballo Diabolo. And in fourth, horse number 14, Outlaw Dream. Winning distances 1 length and 1 length.
So our last and final race, the Ryan Bloodstock Maiden Race, has been divided. So for the first division, we have number 3, Best Friend Barney, ridden by Guy Sankey. And their colours are black, purple checked, black sleeves and checked cap. Then we have over the page, I think, number 6, Dr. Tom, ridden by Thomas Chatfield Roberts, and they have a cheek pieces. Number 8 is Fun Bar, ridden by James King, and they're wearing blinkers. Number 9, Glacian, ridden by Ben Bromley. Number 10, Gallivantin, ridden by James Jevons, and they are wearing cheek pieces. Then we have number 13, Grove Cottage, ridden by Tommy O'Brien. Number 15, I'm Ravenous, ridden by Gina Andrews. Number 24, Sir Bertie, ridden by Luke Scott, and they are wearing cheek pieces. So in this division, we've got number 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 13, 15 and 24.
Wade in, wade in. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our sixth race, the Agents Restricted Race. Big thank you to Carol White, to the winner's podium. She's going to make the presentation on behalf of our sponsors, the Agents. And first up is our winning jockey of Logan. It's very well done to championship leader and ladies champion jockey Gina Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Gina. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the winning owners of Logan. So well done. Well done to William and Alex Wales and to Maurice Thomas that are all here. Well done, everybody. Well done, gentlemen. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, our owners are picking up the Gay Trip Perpetual Challenge Trophy and the Unwin Challenge Cup. It's a big one, and then to the winning connections of Logan. It's a call for runners for our race 7. Horses number 9 and 10 make their way to the paddock as quickly as possible, please. 2 horses we're calling for, 8 and 9 to the parade ring for our 7th race.
Hopley. So, ladies and gentlemen, Division 1 of the maiden race. And the best turned out award has gone to number 15, I'm Ravenous, who is looked after by Kim Hopley. Well done to the connections. Have a quick run through the runners and riders. Starting with number 3, Best Friend Barnaby. This is a 6-year-old, as you can see, he's a big, strong horse, owned by Brian Orchard and bred by Brian. And Brian had a hand in the breeding of the jockey too, because Guy Sankey is Brian's grandson. Well done to him. Horse by Schiaparelli, trained by Caroline Robinson. Following Best Friend Barnaby around is number 15, who we said has just won the Best Turned Out prize, who is I'm Ravenous, trained by Gina Andrews. Gina's just ridden the winner on Locken, of course, and this horse is trained by her husband, Tom Ellis. He cost £34,000 when sold as a 3-year-old last year at Goff's Land Rover sale. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if he started favourite here. Tom and Gina, of course, had a wonderful result with a horse that they took to the Cheltenham sale at the festival this week. That was a filly called Cap d'Eton, and they sold her for £160,000. So that was a corking result for them. And in fact, it was a British record for a filly from the British point-to-point field. Number 6, Dr. Tom, is the mount of Tom Chatfield Roberts. Kelly Morgan's the trainer, and Tom's father, John, is the owner. The colours have just won the previous race with Misha Micklewright in the saddle. This horse unseated his rider last weekend, but before that, he was 3 lengths second to Caballo Diablo at Cocklebarrow, and we've just seen Caballo Diablo run a fine race in the restricted. So there's a little bit of a form line there. Number 8 is Fubar, that's James King riding for Luke Price in the Warner colours. Number 9, Galatian. This comes from Phil Rowley's Shropshire stable. Ben Bromley will be in the saddle. This horse cost £10,000 at Chichester in July 2020. Didn't run as a 4-year-old. Here he is now at 5, and he's a half-brother to Tina, so the mare can do certainly. Gallivant ran at Guilsborough last week, unseated James Jevons then. He's here today to make amends, and he's certainly going to be one to follow a little bit later. He's at North Cotswold when he might end up in the members. Grove Cottage of Tommy O'Brien. The microphone's breaking up, I apologise for that. James Ridley trains this one. He's been running in Ireland, so he's had some experience. And just one more to mention, Luke Scott rides number 24, Suburti.
Runners are leaving the paddock for the first division of the Ryan Marn Bloodstock Maiden. 8 of them in the first division. The blinkered Fubar and James King leading them down the hill. Red and light blue diamonds, halved sleeves, red cap. Followed by the grey Bertie, Luke Scott. Purple with a gold sash, black sleeves and a gold cap. Then Galatian under Ben Bromley, white, red chevron, halved sleeves, star on cap. Gallivanting. And James Jevons follow, dark blue with a beige diamond. Dr. Tom and Tom Chatfield Roberts. Red with dark green halved sleeves ahead of Grove Cottage. Tommy O'Brien, Cerise and royal blue stripes, hooped sleeves, quartered cap. I'm Ravenous, Gina Andrews, light blue, black seams, armlets and cap. Completes the lineup. 2.5 miles once again for the first division of the Ryan Marn Bloodstock Maiden. They're on their way to post. Best Friend Barnaby I didn't call down. That's in purple and black check colours. Just about to pass the last fence under Guy Sankey. It's the Ellis newcomer, I'm Ravenous, who heads the market. A few moments ago was around about 11 to 10. Ahead of Dr. Tom at 11 to 4, Galatian at 7 to 2, Fubar at 8 to 1, 10 to 1, Best Friend Barnaby and Bertie, missed out Grove Cottage at 6s, and Gallivanting, the outsider, at 20 to 1.
Right, before Martin calls the runners in the race, let's have a quick look at the betting. Ian Davies, I guess Gina's horse's favourite, that's I'm Ravenous.
Oh, it's been absolutely smashed into, Carl, and all the right people are backing it, you know, half the point-to-point establishment and media, including you, I've noticed, and myself. Yeah, every time it went 5 to 4, it's back to 11 to 10. You'd be hard to beat 11 to 10. The only one seriously backed against it is Dr. Tom. I've seen 3 to 1 taken into 11 to 4. Galatian's held his price quite well at 7 to 2 in face of all that. Then we've got 6 to 1 Grove Cottage, 8 Fubar, he's been weak, 10 to 1 Best Friend Barnaby, 16 to 1 Bertie, and 20 to 1 Gallivanting.
OK, well, thanks for running through those. Seriously, Dr. Tom obviously got a little bit of form. That'll stand him in good stead, but he's up a smart young horse.
Yeah, well, we've just had a look at him in the paddock, I'm Ravenous. He looks like an athlete. Dr. Tom ran well against Cabo Diablo at Cocklebarrow, but this horse, with getting the weight for age, looks the real deal.
Many thanks, Ian.
Last of the runners arriving at the post. This is a 2.5 mile event. It doesn't say so in the race card. It was a relatively late change to the programme book. Starters on the rostrum, flags raised, coming in. They're off. First division of the Ryan Marn Bloodstock Maiden, Fubar will lead them to the first of 16 fences. I'm Ravenous, Bertie, Gallivanting up there towards the inside. Best Friend Barnaby jumped it in rear. Grove Cottage at the back of the main body with Dr. Tom. Fubar 3 lengths clear, gave the second fence plenty of daylight from Sir Bertie, I'm Ravenous, Gallivanting, Galatian and Dr. Tom as they head on towards the open ditch. Fence number 3. And it's Fubar and James King out in front, backed off, it blundered and the jockey has been unseated. Nasty fall for James. He's already on his feet though, hard as nails. Fubar didn't help him out at all there. So, with Fubar out the way, Gallivanting's been left in front of I'm Ravenous, and then Sir Bertie and Dr. Tom as they jump the fence going up the hill. Galatian is next, then Grove Cottage, and Best Friend Barnaby continues to bring up the rear as they head on towards the first up the top. Number 5. Gallivanting and James Jevons, pursued by the riderless Fubar. The others are all streaming out over it safely, though Best Friend Barnaby is becoming detached. Coming over number 6, Gallivanting, kicked in the ribs, jumped it 4 lengths clear of I'm Ravenous, who's 3 lengths up on Sir Bertie and Dr. Tom. A length behind that pair is Galatian, further length to Grove Cottage, and 3 lengths further behind is Best Friend Barnaby. They're on the descent to fence number 7, last on the far side. Gallivanting, best known for making blunders, has jumped soundly so far. Jumped the 7th, oh no, not brilliant there. I'm Ravenous has closed right up. Joins issue on the rail section. Dr. Tom and Sir Bertie are 3rd and 4th. Galatian is next, then Grove Cottage. And 3 lengths off the back of them, Best Friend Barnaby has yet to pass a rival. Working their way back towards the start point, I'm Ravenous and Gina Andrews upsides Gallivanting and 3 lengths clear of Dr. Tom as they turn in on the first occasion. Dr. Tom is then chased by Galatian, Sir Bertie, who's losing his pitch. Grove Cottage alongside him, and they're clear of Best Friend Barnaby. I'm Ravenous with the outright lead and jumped the first in the home straight brilliantly to go 3 lengths clear of Gallivanting as they close in on fence number 9. I'm Ravenous winged it from Dr. Tom, who's gone off in pursuit. Gallivanting 3rd and ridden, then Galatian, who's 4th in front of Grove Cottage and Sir Bertie. And Best Friend Barnaby still in rear, but within 10 lengths of I'm Ravenous, who's about to jump the final open ditch, with a couple of lengths in hand over Dr. Tom. Galatian moving into 3rd, Grove Cottage making headway 2 in 4th. Gallivanting is 5th and ridden and beating a retreat. Sir Bertie's off the bridle, and Best Friend Barnaby still can't get past a rival. At the 11th, the cross fence, I'm Ravenous by a length from Dr. Tom, Galatian and Grove Cottage, who've dropped Sir Bertie and Gallivanting. And Best Friend Barnaby continues a detached last, leading quartet clear. Coming to jump the 12th of the 16 fences, I'm Ravenous, Dr. Tom, Galatian, Grove Cottage, clear of Sir Bertie, Gallivanting stopping to nothing, and then Best Friend Barnaby. As they come to the 4th from home, I'm Ravenous by half a length from Dr. Tom, a Galatian right behind them and going up between rivals. And then a couple of lengths to Grove Cottage. Sir Bertie was pulled up 4 out, so too were Gallivanting and also Best Friend Barnaby. So just 4 of them remain as they run down towards the 3rd last. Dr. Tom Galatian, who's moved to the front under Ben Bromley. Ravenous with every chance on the inside, and Grove Cottage well in touch, and the lead is down. Galatian falls in front, 3 out. Horse is up and trotting away seemingly unscathed. Ben Bromley's on his knees, and Grove Cottage and Tommy O'Brien now show in front of I'm Ravenous as they swing right-handed back towards home. Grove Cottage has quickly gone clear of I'm Ravenous. Dr. Tom also appears to have emptied rather quickly after 3 out. So Grove Cottage, in the colours of Julia Oakey, is well clear, approaching the 2nd last, about a dozen lengths in front of Dr. Tom, who's gone 2nd. Looks like Gina may be pulling up I'm Ravenous. as Tommy O'Brien and Grove Cottage come to the second last. Over it safely. Dr. Tom trying to close the gap in second. I'm Ravenous was pulled up before the second last as Grove Cottage comes into the wings of the final fence. He's over it, about 8 lengths in front of Dr. Tom, who is plugging on again in the closing stages, but Grove Cottage won the race after jumping 3 out and held on well to beat Dr. Tom into second, and they are the only 2 finishers. So provisionally it's 13 Grove Cottage and 6 Dr. Tom. And Ben Bromley's up on his feet okay, and has just walked into a car that will ferry him back to the weighing room.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result for Division 1 of the Rhinemarne Bloodstock Maiden Race. First, number 12, Grove Cottage. And second, number 6, Dr. Tom. Only 2 finished, winning distances 6 lengths. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome back to the winner of Division 1 of the Rhinemarne Bloodstock Maiden Race. Big well done to our winner, Grove Cottage and Tom O'Brien. Well done, Tommy. Big well done to Julia Oakley, our winning owner, and to winning trainer, James Ridley.
Mainly white, Jack Russell.
If anyone comes across a Jack Russell, mainly white, still attached to his lead, but without his owner on the other end of it, can you pick him up? He's quite a friendly fellow, and bring him towards the commentary box. His name's Tigger, I believe, but he's managed to escape, and he's somewhere on the site. That's a predominantly white Jack Russell, still attached to his lead, but not attached to his owner. Thank you.
Thanks. Right, now, ladies and gentlemen, runners and riders, for our final race today. This will be Division 2 of the Rhine-Marne maiden race, run over 2.5 miles. And it will start with number 1, Acaris, ridden by James King, and they're wearing blinkers. Over the page, number 12, Go Getter, ridden by Thomas McClory. Then we have number 17, Magic Gozzy, ridden by Joseph Stevenson. Change of colours here. It'll be black, green hoop, and a black cap. Number 18, Mighty Altogether, ridden by Oliver Timms. Number 20, Moon Hunter, ridden by Ben Bromley. And we have a colour change here, black with cream chevron and a black cap. Number 22, No Dice, ridden by Milo Herbert. Number 23, No Promises, ridden by Imogen Robinson. And another colour change here, black, red armlets, red cap. Number 25, Surprise Attack, ridden by Alice Stevens, running with a tongue strap. And the final runner in our second division will be number 28, Where's Mal, ridden by James Jevons, with cheek pieces on.
James, if you could stand on the mat.
Yeah. Give that, cheers. I need to look at the camera at you.
Well, both of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the winning training race. That was a fair training performance. Well done, James.
Yeah, no, thank you. He's always worked very well at home. So, yeah, we thought he'd run a nice race, but it's hard to know against some of these younger horses, unexposed horses. But yeah, he's done it really nicely. I know the race has sort of fallen apart a little bit, but at the same time he was there and going and travelling. So
he had some experience in Ireland, which I think counted. You know, he's running hurdles. And
yeah, definitely, and obviously he's that race experience. He's been to battle and done that, and it helps sometimes for then having a race here, doesn't it? And he was fourth in a bumper first time out, so he's obviously shown that he's got quite a bit of ability there.
And how did he come into your yard?
Martin Oliver sourced him from Ireland. I think he must have got him straight from Eugene's, and yeah, he hasn't been. He's probably been with us for 3 months or so.
Okay, and tell us about yourself. You're based in Herefordshire, Gloucestershire borders.
Yeah, just outside Ledbury. Yeah, so we've got there's a farm there that we've got 18 boxes that we rent. It's all a bit old-fashioned with grass gallops and hills, and we have to take them away now and then to go and work on some gallops. But it's a nice place for keeping the horses happy and sort of getting naturally fit. So, yeah.
Well done. I know you've got to go and get a trophy on behalf of the owners, so I'll let you kick on. Well done, James Ridley.
Cheers,
thank you.
Wade in, wade in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the official time for Division 1 of the Rhine-Marne Bloodstock Maiden Race was 5 minutes and 18 seconds. 5 minutes and 18 seconds. We come to the presentation of Division 1 of the Rhine-Marne Bloodstock Maiden Race. I'd like to welcome Ryan to the winner's podium. He's going to make the presentation to the winning connections of Grove Cottage, and in the absence of our winning owner, Julia Oakley, it's a very well done to winning trainer, James Ridley. Well done, James. It's a big well done to our winning rider, Tommy O'Brien. Well done, Tom.
Could we have the last remaining horse to the paddock, number 1, to the paddock, please?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the best turnout award for our 8th race, Division 2 of the Ryan Marn Bloodstock maiden race. Best turnout goes to number 25, Surprise Attack. Well done to Jonathan Barlow, our winning trainer, and to Olivia Holloway, our winning groom. Best turnout, race 8, number 25, Surprise Attack.
So the jockeys are coming out for the final race of the day, Division 2 of the maiden race, over 2.5 miles. Have a quick look at what might be featuring at the finish. Start with number 1, Aracaras, come from South Wales, stable of Luke Price. James King's on board. Was second end of last season at Upcott Cross in North Devon and has run just the once this season. Going across to number 12, that's Go Getter, ridden by Tom McClory from Gerald Bailey's stable. They were out of luck in an earlier race when Carl Brennan was spat off at the first. Hopefully this horse will go a lot further. This mare, she was pulled up at Kingston Blunt, but that was last month, but she was prominent for 2 miles, and she's sure to do better. Magic Gozzi represents Alistair Fenimore's stable, Joe Stevenson in the saddle. Ran in a flat race earlier in the season at Lark Hill and was pulled up recently. Mighty Altogether has got a little bit of form, second at Lark Hill in an open maiden race. Oliver Timms in the saddle, and that bit of experience that Mighty Altogether has could stand him in good stead here. Interesting runner, number 20, Moon Hunter, trained by Phil Rowley in Shropshire. He and David Futter of Yorton Farm Stud are the joint owners of this horse. And of course, Phil ran Galatian in the previous race and was unlucky perhaps to fall when in front when going for home. So better luck this time. Ben Bromley's in the saddle. Glad to see that Ben got up from that fall. This horse cost £15,000 at Doncaster in July 2 years ago. The dam was placed in a novice hurdle and comes from the family of the good chaser Forrest Gunner. A couple more to look at. Nicky Shepherd has travelled no dice here, trained by Jim Squires. Jim, who is a key figure at point-to-point courses around here, as clerk of the course and fence builder. And no dice is the mount of Milo Herbert. The horse ran a very fine race at Didmarton recently when just touched off by the late finishing Lancelot, who's a flatbred horse, so tap for toe after the last, but again, bit of experience, should stand no dice in good stead, and being a 5-year-old, he gets the allowance. No Promises, Mount of Imi Robinson from Stephanie Cameron's yard. Alice Stevens rides Surprise Attack for Jonathan Barlow. They had a good spin earlier with Caballero Severo. And finally, Wes Mal and James Jevons. And with that, the runners start going to post, over to Martin Harris for the final time today.
Thanks, Carl. Division 2 of the Ryan Mahon Bloodstock Maiden, field of 9. On their way to the 2.5 mile start. We've seen the full range of abilities this afternoon, both human and equine. Some good performances from the horses, some top jockeys, and we've also seen probably the worst point-to-point jockey on the circuit as well, so it's been a thoroughly mixed bag. Arakaras, who's blinkered and ridden by James King, leads the runners to post for the finale. Red and white chevrons, check sleeves, red cap. Next to come down the hill is Alice Stevens, who rides Surprise Attack in white with dark blue spots and a quartered cap. Then Magic Gozzi, Joe Stevenson in a change of colours, now black with an emerald green hoop. No Dice follows, Milo Herbert. Green maroon epaulets and armlets and a black cap. Imi Robinson is aboard No Promises. Black with red epaulets, armlets and cap. Then another colour change on 20, Moon Hunter. Ben Bromley, none the worse for his spill in the previous divisions, in black with a beige chevron. Tom McClory rides Go Getter in orange with green sleeves and a green and red striped cap. After those is Mighty Altogether, who's a great big unit, ridden by Oliver Timms. Orange with a green cross of Lorraine and armlets and a quartered cap, and followed down the hill by Wes Mal and James Jevons in royal blue with a red star and white hooped sleeves. Those are the runners for the finale. Thank you for your attendance this afternoon. Hope you've enjoyed it. The weather's been almost perfect. Racing's been competitive, and hopefully the racecourse will continue to blossom over the years. Runners on their way to post for the finale.
And for the final time today, we're going to have a quick look at the betting with Ian Davies. Ian, where's the money going in Division 2 of the Maiden?
Right, interesting betting race. Surprise Attack is the favourite. Touch 3 to 1. Some shrewd money for that at 3s into 5 to 2. No Dice is also touch 7 to 2. 3 to 1 second favourite. Moon Hunter a little bit uneasy out to 4 to 1. Then 5 to 1 Mighty Altogether. And Aracas 7 to 1 No Promises. 8 to 1 Go Getter. 12 to 1 Where's Mal. And 14 to 1 Magic Gozzy.
Interesting. So they like the fact that the favourite has run in a bumper and shown a bit of form there, and they're putting their faith in that, I guess.
I think so, yes. After the reverse in the last race, the punters putting their faith in proven form.
Yeah, those of us who backed an unraced 4-year-old and burnt our fingers will understand your point there. OK, and if you had to put your money on, is there anything there that you particularly stands out for you?
Well, I bottled it a bit. I've had a little bit on Surprise Attack and a little bit on No Dice. They're my 2 against the field.
OK, many thanks for that, Ian.
At the post.
Could we remind all racegoers, please can you keep your dogs on the lead? Dogs must be kept on the lead, please.
Starters on the rostrum. Runner still circling at present. Flags up, coming in. And off. Over 2.5 miles, the second division of the Ryan Mon Bloodstock Maiden. Go Getter, Arakaras share the lead on the approach to the first of 16 fences. Arakaras and Go Getter over it together. Magic Gozzy jumped it last. Mighty Altogether chases the front rank, and then follows No Dice and Where's Mal, and Surprise Attack as they jump the second. No Promises is on the outside of the field, held up in front of Magic Gozzy, and Moon Hunters held up in the rear as well, coming to jump the open ditch. Fence number 3, Arakaras out-jumped by Go Getter, who led outright. A mistake from Magic Gozzy in rear. Mighty Altogether continues to chase the front pair, then Surprise Attack and No Dice. No Promises, Where's Mal, Moon Hunter, as they come towards the cross fence. Number 4, Magic Gozzy in rear. At the 4th, Arakaras upsides Go Getter. No Dice into 3rd, a couple of lengths off them. Then Surprise Attack, Mighty Altogether charting a wider course. Moon Hunter moving through the field between runners as they come over fence number 5. Where's Mal has dropped to the rear at that point. Magic Gozzy are already being chased along as Arakaras and Go Getter come to jump the 6th. Arakaras just in front of Go Getter. Surprise Attack led the chasing group in company with No Dice, then Magic Gozzy and Moon Hunter and No Promises and Where's Mal, and Mighty Altogether who was chasing the leaders over the first 3 or 4 fences, has dropped back last. They're on the descent to fence number 7. Arakaras and Go Getter continue to contest the lead, with Surprise Attack over in 3rd. Go Getter led outright at the 7th. No Dice jumped it 4th. And then No Promises, Moon Hunter, Magic Gozzy between runners, Mighty Altogether and Where's Mal in the last pair, as they head towards the end of the first circuit. So working their way right-handed back towards their home straight, Arakaras from Go Getter, a neck between them, 5 lengths to Surprise Attack and No Dice, who share 3rd. No Promises a length off them. Then Moon Hunter, who's racing in company with Magic Gozzy and Where's Mal, and finally Mighty Altogether. At the first up the home straight, number 8, Go Getter and Arakaras, a few lengths clear of the chasing group. Surprise Attack and No Promises are sharing 3rd, and then follows No Dice, as Arakaras led them over the fence that will be the last in the circuit's time. Takes a length and a half advantage over Go Getter going to the final open ditch, with Surprise Attack and No Promises 3rd and 4th, and then Where's Mal making headway from the rear. Coming over the ditch, Arakaras, Go Getter, No Promises, Surprise Attack, Where's Mal, No Dice, who's lost his place. Then Moon Hunter, Mighty Altogether, and Magic Gozzy has dropped back last again on the uphill run towards fence number 11. Arakaras from Go Getter, they've been in the front 2 throughout. They've been closed down by Surprise Attack, who's close up in 3rd, and then follows No Promises, Where's Mal, No Dice, and Moon Hunter and Mighty Altogether, and Magic Gozzy's been driven along in the rear to stay in touch as they come over fence number 12. First along the top, Arakaras from Surprise Attack jumping into 2nd at the expense of Go Getter. No Promises going 3rd on the run to 4 out. Go Getter weakening quickly. Moon Hunter making headway in front of Where's Mal, and Surprise Attack has taken up the running at the 4th last. They all jumped it, though Magic Gozzy's well behind, and Go Getter is stopping quickly as they run down the hill to the 3rd from home. It is Arakaras and No Promises now 1 and 2. Moon Hunter into 3rd. Surprise Attack has dropped back alongside Where's Mal into a share of 4th. Mighty Altogether is next. No Dice is last of the leading group, jumping 3 from home. A long way clear of Go Getter, who's out over it safely, and Magic Gozzy, who's still jumping, though becoming tailed off. Go Getter's pulling up after the 3rd last. Leaders on the railed section between 3 and 2 out. As they work their way back towards home, Moon Hunter has come through under Ben Bromley to come and join Surprise Attack, with No Dice staging a rally along with Mighty Altogether. No Promises is on the retreat. Then follows Where's Mal. Arakaras has stopped to nothing and is pulling up at the top of the home straight. Surprise Attack has gone for home, going to 2 out, with Moon Hunter jumping it 3 lengths down in 2nd. A blunder from No Dice gets him on the floor, or at least it did. He's got back up again, heading to the final fence. Surprise Attack and Ali Stevens over it 3 clear of Moon Hunter. Mighty Altogether clear of the other finishers running up towards the line. Surprise Attack has won the finale for Ali Stevens. Moon Hunter a promising 2nd. Mighty Altogether ran 3rd, well clear of Where's Mal and No Promises, who finished off rather weakly. They were the only finishers. No Dice was ultimately pulled up and dismounted. Arakaras pulled up in the straight, as did Magic Gozzy and also Go Getter. Good night, everyone. Have a safe journey home. Provisionally, that was 25 Surprise Attack, 20 Moon Hunter and 18 Mighty altogether.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome back to the winner of Division 2 of the Ryan Martin Bloodstock maiden race. Goes to Surprise Attack and Alice Stevens. Amongst the winners at Stratford on Monday, another winner here at Shelfield Park this afternoon. Well done, Alice. Big well done to our winning owner, Mrs. Coval, and to winning trainer, Jonathan Barlow. Horse away, horse away. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for the second division of the Ryan Martin Bloodstock maiden race. Let's welcome Ryan Martin back to the winner's podium. He's going to make the presentation to the winning connections of Surprise Attack. First up, a big well done to our winning owner, Mr. Koval. Well done. And a big well done to our winning trainer, to Jonathan Barlow. Well done. And a really big cheer for our winning rider, second winner of the week, for Alice Stevens. Well done, Alice.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation of the day is to our leading under-25 female jockey of the meeting. We have a beautiful new challenge trophy. It's the Alexa King Perpetual Challenge Trophy, kindly given by the King family. And the winner of its first year is Alice Stevens. And here we have Mr. and Mrs. King and Ross, our main sponsor as well, presenting the trophy to Alice.
the speaker. We love you, Alice! We do! We love you, Alice! We do! We love you, Alice! We do! Alice, we love you!
Right, well, a quick word with the winning jockey in the final race, Alice Stevens. You've brought your fan club along too, it seems, Alice. And you got a lovely trophy which went to the leading woman rider under 25 at the meeting. So all in all, a good day.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, to win this trophy means an awful lot. Alex used to work for Mum, and she tragically died in a horse riding accident. We've been good family friends with the Kings for a very long time, so it means an awful lot to win it, more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. These are poignant moments. Very pleasurable for you, though, to win on Surprise Attack for Jonathan Barlow.
Yeah, I honestly thought I'd just ride him to run well, and his win's probably been a bit of a question mark, and I actually haven't ridden work on him at home, so I went totally by John's word, and I picked it up quite easily and probably a bit brain dead and a bit too soon, and he jumped violently left and it almost jumped off the track, and I was like, my chances are gone, so I just niggled him back into it. Turning for home, I thought I just grabbed the bridle again and just went for him, and yeah, no, I think he sprinted away quite quickly, and I think because he's a nervous type, the more I gave him a smack down the shoulder, the faster he went, because he's a bit like, oh my God.
Well, nonetheless, you're having a good season. That's 10 point-to-point winners. You must be rather annoyed that you're riding in the era of Gina Andrews.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I'll get there one day.
We're sure you will, but at the moment you're in a battle with Izzy, perhaps, to take the runner-up spot?
Yeah, look, I'll give it a good go. Izzy's a great girl. She rides very well, and I think between Izzy and I, it's just who can finish in behind Gina.
Yeah. Well done, Alice. Congratulations and good luck wherever you go tomorrow. Where are you riding tomorrow?
Ston Easton.
Mendip Farmer country girl. You look after yourself. Get to bed early tonight. Yeah. Thanks, Alice. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. And a quick word with Sarah Bates, who is going to join me now, and Robert Bellamy, who's having a chat. But come in, Sarah. What I didn't realise before the start of the day is that Sarah's mum owns this wonderful racecourse. So has she been happy?
I think she's been over the moon. It was all so exciting to actually have a crowd and share it with everybody, and our vision, and let's hope that we can go on in the future running at Shelfield Park.
Yeah, well, I think most of us who have been here for the first time been impressed. What do you think, Robert? Enjoyed it?
Cracking track, Carl. Good racing and good number of runners and some cracking finishes, really. It's a shame there was only 3 in the novice riders race. Good to see all the horses and jockeys are going home in one piece as well. Poignant moment, obviously. Alice Stevens winning the last race. She's a jockey to follow. She had a good winner at Stratford under rules on Monday, and here she is in the winner's closure again today. It's brilliant. She's a great rider.
Yeah, she is very talented. We got some seriously good women riders in this country, let alone the lads, of course. We started off on a good note, workbench in the members, and then was sent into retirement. What a great way to go.
Great servant for the Skelton team. A real good old schoolmaster, and Aidan Weaver, who rode him, I think, gave him a great ride. Learned a lot. He had another ride later on the day, but he'll owe Workbench an awful lot. All these young riders need a good schoolmaster to start on, and Workbench has certainly earned his keep that. And he's going to have an honourable retirement now. I think. He was a hack and a hunter, so he'll enjoy life now.
Yeah, indeed. Miss Seagreen took the ladies. Toshima won the men's race. Or have I got that the other way round? I should have. And then Locken won the restricted under Gina. She gave it a good ride.
Very good ride. Gina at her best, very professional.
Indeed. And we've ended up with 2 nice maiden winners. Surprise Attack, which Alice rode, and Grove Cottage from James Ridley's yard. 2 a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, they've got a bit of a future, I hope.
Yeah, I spoke to James Ridley. He says it's a really nice young horse he's got there, and actually he was a second quicker on the times, so it's a tight 2 divisions. He'll take the trophy home, but it's nice to see these young horses coming through, and it's a nice. I'm impressed with the course here for these maidens to come around and jump and learn something as well.
Yeah.
Fences take a bit of jumping. It's not a quick track. I know the ground probably rode. They altered the ground halfway through the day. I think it was riding pretty dead and holding, and that's why the times were a little bit slow. But they're good performances on the whole.
Yeah, well, I think we're all looking forward to coming back here again in 12 months' time. And those of you who've been following on the stream, thanks for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage too. Come on, England, let's beat the French. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.